Mr. Sergeant of Arms, invite the members into the chamber and close the doors. I hereby declare the House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly of the State of Tennessee now in session. Will the members please stand? Will the visitors in the gallery please stand and remain standing to the Pledge of Allegiance? Representative Alexander will serve as chaplain of the day. Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Reading from Psalms 103. Praise the Lord, all my soul, and all my inmost being. Praise his holy name. Praise the Lord, O my soul, and forget not all his benefits, who forgives all your sins and heals all your diseases, who redeems your life from the pit and crowns you with love and compassion, who satisfies your desire with good things so that your youth is renewed like the eagles. Let us pray. Oh Lord, we give thanks to you today, for you are worthy of praise. We ask, Lord, that you be with this body today, that you guide us, that you do what is right in your eyes, that we can honor you and praise you and always give you the glory. For it is in thy precious and holy name. Amen.
Representative Alexander leads and pledge allegiance.
Salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Roll call.
Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 95 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Welcoming and honoring.
Welcoming and honoring Representative Carringer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to take a moment to wish my little granddaughter, Olivia Scarlett Carringer, a very happy 6th birthday today. So thank you.
Thank you. Welcome and honoring. Representative Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank all the teachers and students that have showed up today to fill the chamber balconies to speak out against gun legislation that will be here tonight. So thank you so much for coming. We're so grateful you're here. Thank you.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to resolutions.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all resolutions properly filed be introduced pursuant to rule number 17 and placed on the consent calendar, refer to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolutions congratulatory and memorializing.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all Senate joint resolutions congratulatory and memorializing and honoring that has to be placed on the consent calendar pursuant to rule number 17.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Resolutions lying over.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That all resolutions lying over be referred to the appropriate standing committee.
Without objection, so ordered. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Introduction to bills. Senate bills on first consideration. Senate bills on second consideration. House bills on second consideration. Petitions and memorials, reports from standing committees, reports from select committees, calendars. Mr. Speaker, the House has 2 consent calendars.
Chairman Zachary, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of both consent calendars on third and final consideration, keeping with Rule 50.
Gentleman moves passage of both consent calendars, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, any objections been filed?
Mr. Speaker, no objections filed.
Anyone seeking recognition on the consent calendar? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. We're voting on the consent calendar. All members in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member votes, any members change their vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Having received Constitution majority, I declare both consent calendars passed without objection. Most read consider table. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House is a regular calendar dated for today, Tuesday, April 23rd.
Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk. Oh, Leader Lamberth, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do anticipate objection on this, but pursuant to Rule number 21, I move that members be limited to 1 minute in debate when recognized in any amendment on today's regular calendar.
All right, you've heard the motion. There's a second, properly seconded. There's objection. We are on the board. We are on the board. All those in favor of the motion, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Has every member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 22 nays.
Motion prevails. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, today's regular calendar, item 1, SJR 1486 by Leader Camper, a resolution to commend Lee Andrew Smith III upon his graduation from law school.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1486.
Leader Camper moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1486. Bobby seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Oh, there's one. We got it.
My apologies, Mr. Speaker. We have Amendment 1 by Leader Camper. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the sponsor in the Senate asked me to rewrite that particular whereas clause to take something out to make it more effective for him. And so we're just taking out one whereas clause and rewriting it to take that out. Move to consider.
You've heard the motion, Bobby seconded. We're voting for consideration of Amendment Number 1. All those in favor of considering Amendment Number 1, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 81, no nays, 11 present, not voting.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider Amendment Number 1 prevails. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move adoption of Amendment Number 1.
Leader Camper moves adoption of Amendment Number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74 nays, 17 present, not voting.
Amendment Number 1 prevails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what this resolution does is it honors a person who used to work here as an intern and served here as a legislative assistant, and he's just graduated law school, and we want to honor him. So with that, I renew my motion.
Leader Camper renews your motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 1486 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 58, 20 nays, 13 present, not voting.
Senate Joint Resolution 1486, having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare concurred. Without objection, the motion reconsiders table. Leader Camp, you're all right. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Joint Resolution 919, a resolution to propose an amendment to Article 1 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to bail.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request the clerk read SJR 919 for its third and final reading.
Mr. Clerk, please read the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution 919 on third and final reading. A resolution to propose an amendment to Article 1 of the Constitution of Tennessee relative to bail. Be it resolved by the Senate of the 113th General Assembly of the state of Tennessee, the House of Representatives concurring, that a majority of all the members of each house concurring, as shown by the yeas and nays entered on their journals, that it is proposed that Article 1, Section 15 of the Constitution of Tennessee be amended by deleting the following: that all prisoners shall be bailable by sufficient sureties unless for capital offenses when the proof is evident or the presumption great, and the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in case of rebellion or invasion, the General Assembly shall declare the public safety requires it, and substituting instead the following: A, all prisoners shall be bailable by sufficient sureties unless for the following when the proof is evident or the presumption great: 1, a capital offense; 2, an act of terrorism; 3, second-degree murder; 4, aggravated rape of a child; 5, aggravated rape; 6, grave torture; and 7, any other offense for which, as of November 3rd, 2026, a defendant, if convicted, could not be released prior to the expiration of at least 85% of the entire sentence imposed. B, in any case in which bail for an offense listed in subsection A is granted or denied before conviction, the judge or magistrate shall place in the record the judge's or magistrate's reasons for granting or denying bail. C, the privilege of the writ of habeas corpus shall not be suspended unless when in case of rebellion or invasion, the General Assembly shall declare the public safety requires it. Be it further resolved that the foregoing amendment be referred to the 114th General Assembly, and that this resolution proposing such amendment be published in accordance with Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of Tennessee by posting such amendment on the official website of the Secretary of State and on the official website of the General Assembly. Be it further resolved that the Clerk of the Senate is directed to deliver copies of this resolution to the Secretary of State, with this final resolving clause being deleted from such copies.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur with SJR 919.
Chairman Howell moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 919. Any discussion? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, what we are proposing here to do and pass a constitutional amendment is truly significant and one which requires much thought and consideration. The provision of the Constitution that we are considering and proposing to amend has remained unchanged since 1796. The provision regarding the constitutional right to bail in the state of Tennessee was in the original Declaration of Rights when this state was founded in 1796. Again, this is the same Constitution to which Thomas Jefferson referred as the least imperfect of all the state constitutions at that time. This provision is essential in our state constitution. It has not changed since 1796 for a very good, sound reason. It is a fundamental right among the peoples of these United States and this state of Tennessee to have access to bail except in capital offenses. Creating exceptions now in 2024 and even insinuating or arguing that this is the solution to any problems or that this is the answer to improving public safety is false. This is a false narrative. Using any argument for improving public safety by denying Tennesseans fundamental constitutional right to bail is simply wrong. Former Justice Sharon Lee spoke recently, within the last 5 years, to the responsibility of this state, to the responsibility of our judicial system, to the responsibility of this body to protect this fundamental constitutional right. A right and an idea which dates back to medieval times. But most importantly for us, it dates back to the founding of this state. Limiting access to bail, amending our Constitution, our state constitution, in such a manner that has remained undisturbed since 1796 is highly inappropriate. It is not the answer to any public safety issue. Ladies and gentlemen, I would sincerely caution you before passing this constitutional amendment today on third reading. This is a momentous occasion. We have the opportunity to do what is right. We have the opportunity to improve public safety. Amending our state constitution, a provision of which has not been altered or amended since 1796, is simply not the answer. If it was the answer, that provision would not have remained intact since 1796. Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask for your sincere consideration in voting against this. Please do so with caution, and I would ask that you vote no on this constitutional amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those comments. Going back to 1796, as the gentleman said, I would submit that culture and crime have changed significantly since that time. If we had not changed the Constitution numerous times since then, we might still have chain gangs and many other things that we have outlawed through the years. And I would submit also that there's nothing in this amendment that denies the individual the right to bail. This amendment simply gives the judge the discretion, as we do in many other cases. SJR 919 seeks to do one of the most democratic things that we as a body can do, and that is to allow the voters of Tennessee to decide if the perpetrators of certain egregious, violent crimes can be held in jail without bond. And currently, the Constitution only allows that for capital crimes. But I have in this folder 20 pages of crimes in the last, in fact, I have one on my phone that happened within the last 24 hours that had that violent criminal been kept in jail without bond, that preceding crimes would not have occurred. So I think it's good to allow the citizens of Tennessee, we talk about local control. I think it's good if we allow the citizens of Tennessee to tell us whether or not they want to amend the Constitution, as they have done many times since 1776 or 96. And give the judge the discretion to deny bond to certain violent crimes, such as were enumerated in the reading of the resolution. There are 18 states that have this in their constitution. There are 8 states that allow no bond at all for these crimes that are enumerated here. So with the Speaker, with that, I'll renew my motion.
Leader Lamberth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, we find ourselves in perilous times. We find ourselves in a state where we have one of our finest cities that had 399 people murdered last year. We have repeat violent felons that are running the streets and committing crimes over and over and over again. And what we hear from our judges is that they do not have the tools that they need. This will not give them those tools, but it will put it on the ballot in the next gubernatorial election, if it were to pass here and then pass the next General Assembly as well, that the people of this state would be able to speak as to whether or not in our Constitution we allow a judge the discretion to say, this person's been here over and over and over again and is back for a murder, a rape, a robbery, a terrorism. I mean, any of these enumerated offenses or anything we add between now and next November. So before we go on the ballot, those are enumerated clearly. And the people of this state, the 7 million citizens that we all serve, would then have a voice at the ballot box on whether or not this is added to the Constitution. I can't imagine a more democratic and expedited way to deal with trying to make our state safer. I commend the Speaker. I commend Chairman Howell for bringing this and all the other co-sponsors. It is an attempt for a step forward. So with all due respect, everything that's been said already, this is the process. That's why our founders put it in place, is for us to be able to send questions like this to the people to amend their Constitution. It belongs to them, not to us or some retired judge. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would encourage everyone to vote in favor of this.
Chairman Howell.
Pass.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. For 228 years, this has been unchanged, and now we're advocating for it to be changed. Could you just articulate for us why you believe this change is necessary?
Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mark Austin Ellis was charged for first-degree murder for killing a woman while her 2 toddlers were in car seats with her. 6 months later, while on bond, Ellis shot up a Waffle House that left 3 people hospitalized and 1 in critical condition. I wonder if the families of those victims wish that we had had the ability to deny bail in Tennessee. I could go on and on reading you cases like that. That's why I'm bringing this legislation.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And for that case or other cases, would it have been possible also for bond to be set at a higher amount than probably was set at that time? Are there not other ways outside of changing our Constitution to address this issue?
Chairman Howell.
Again, Sean Varsos was charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and false imprisonment for pointing a gun at his wife, Marie Varsos, and trying to strangle her a week after Marie had filed for divorce. Sean was released on bond of $3,000 and soon after killed his wife and mother-in-law, finally turning the gun on himself. I believe the victims' families had wished that they had the ability to ask a judge to not set bail for that individual.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you so much for reading those things, and I could read them aloud too, but here's what's very curious about this example with Sean. If there was an extreme risk protection order as well, it very likely would have prevented the murders from happening as well. If we had the capacity to have law enforcement officers to remove guns from individuals who shouldn't have access to them, you probably wouldn't have such a long list. And so the idea that bail is the only fix to the problems that we are dealing with or to the list of victims that you have mentioned is actually wrong. I do not think that changing this law is going to make us safer. In fact, I think advocating for a constitutional amendment, which, yes, will ultimately go to the people of the state of Tennessee to vote on, but they come from the minds and the hands of people who are in this legislature, one of the 99 of us, who are putting forward policies that we know will not have a tangible or meaningful effect on the issues that people are trying to solve. In fact, when this idea was pitched, it was pitched in my district. And then people said this was going to help us to tackle the crime issue. This was going to help to solve the problems that we have, but that's not true. The things that people in District 86 and in many other districts want us to deal with actually aren't related to people being granted bail. It's trying to prevent people from committing crimes in the first place. And believe it or not, if you don't have access, if Sean didn't have access to that firearm, Chairman, he wouldn't have been able to shoot anybody with it. We have a responsibility not to placate around the ideas and use bail, as has been done here throughout this session, use bail as the fix-all, the catch-all. It's going to solve all our problems. Bail is the reason things are happening. Taking people's liberty is a real issue. Because we have to remember that pre-trial, people are what? Innocent until proven guilty. And some of those folks, yes, committed the most heinous of crimes. And some people, unfortunately, due to the injustices and inequalities in our system, are actually going to be found innocent or not guilty. And so taking people's liberty, constitutionally taking people's liberty, is something that the framers of this document 228 years ago said was very serious, and something that we must take very seriously now. And so while I understand the attempt to make bail the reason that these crimes happen, bail is at fault, that is what you're trying to articulate, you are wrong. A lot of bad policies, a lot of bad laws from this General Assembly have led to the criminality and the violence that is being experienced and exacted in our communities and in our state. If we want to do something about this, let us do something about the gun violence epidemic, not taking people's liberty away.
Representative Capley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. You just heard several comments about firearms and legislation, but what's before you right now is very simple. By a vote of the people of Tennessee, we are seeking to amend the Constitution to give a judge the discretion to deny bond for violent crimes, for aggravated rape of a child, for grave torture, for an act of terrorism. These are the things we're talking about. You know who doesn't become a repeat offender? The one that stays in prison. Those people can't reoffend. They can't go back into our communities. That's what this legislation does. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Hardaway.
I don't know if I'm probably right here, halfway between Representative Person and the sponsors. It's taken me a while to get here. I've never thought that those who are guilty of the most vicious, savage crimes should be let out if the risk to public safety is high. I've never thought that. But I've also never thought that having judges who had to do a wink and nod of setting too high a cash bail was constitutional. I never thought that. Do I believe everything that the sponsor says in terms of philosophy? No. But one thing I do believe is that my community wants to be protected from high risk, repeat offenders of the most vicious crimes. Because of that, I will be supporting the right for the people to take a vote on whether to make this constitutional amendment part of our state constitution. I will be working to help them understand what my position is, how I think that it makes sense to give the judges legitimacy in how they set bail. Right now, they're setting unaffordable cash bail in order to keep folks in jail until their cases are adjudicated. And in this day and time, terrorism is real. Some of the more vicious mass murderers, that's real for us. We've got to have transparency in our justice system for us to be able to trust it. And having judges who have to do, as I said earlier, the wink and a nod of setting too high a cash bail is not honest. I don't believe it's constitutional. So I want some folks who have proven to be high risk held away from the public until we get some type of resolution to their charges. I want that. I know that in my mind, if you're a child rapist and the evidence is strong enough for you to have been charged and picked up and locked up, I believe that you ought to be held until it's adjudicated, because I don't want other children at risk. I believe the same thing for murders. I believe the same thing for terrorism. And I'll repeat, the judges are doing it today, except they are not doing it properly. This will give a path for judges who will still maintain judicial discretion to be able to hold those most serious offenders who have performed the most extreme, savage crimes under lock and key until we have resolved their cases. So I'm supporting, I want to be clear, I'm supporting this. In some ways, I'm not on board with all of the comments, nor am I on board with the overall philosophy. The real conundrum here is that the one thing that is allowed for non-bail, the death penalty, is what I oppose. So this is not an easy path for me, but I believe it's the correct path. Thank you.
Chairman Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for a common sense approach to what this bill proposes to do. And you said it correctly. This is just a bill that says we're going to trust the people of Tennessee to vote to make the right decision. Whether they vote for it or vote against it, they will have the final say in whether or not this becomes a constitutional amendment. I have learned in my years of service here that when the people of Tennessee, in my district, I can speak for my district, when they're given all the facts, they tend to make the right choice. I think sometimes, maybe I've been guilty of this, that because we sit in this hallowed hall, that maybe we're smarter than the people we serve. We're not. And I believe that the people of Tennessee will make the right choice if we give them the ability to vote on this constitutional amendment. That's really all this is about, is giving them the choice to make, have a vote on this constitutional amendment, giving the judge discretion whether or not they can be bailed. There's already law that says the judge cannot set an unreasonably high bail. This will give more discretion to that judge, saying, well, we'll just keep them in jail because I think they're a threat to our society. I believe this is a good option. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 23 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Joint Resolution 919 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 82, 15 nays, one present not voting.
After being read 3 times on 3 separate days, Senate Joint Resolution 919, having received a vote in the affirmative by a majority of the members of the Tennessee House of Representatives of the 113th General Assembly, I hereby declare it concurred and pursuant to Article 11, Section 3 of the Constitution of the State of Tennessee. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1202 by Chairman Williams and others relative to schools. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1325.
Chairman Williams moves to substitute form of the Senate Bill 1325, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to passage of Senate Bill 1325 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Williams moves passage of Senate Bill 1325 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Roll to the Hill.
Without objection, roll to the Hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 3 by Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Roll to the Hill.
There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of rolling amendment number 3 to the Hill, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 25, 72 nays.
It fails. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since we have been limited to 1 minute of debate on these amendments, I'll simply say that this is a very dangerous piece of legislation that not be amended in any way that will make it good unless we defeat it. But this amendment simply says that any LAA is civilly liable for any injury resulting from a faculty or staff member possessing a handgun and using it on school property. At that, I ask for your consideration and passage.
Representative Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 3. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting on amendment number 3. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 23, 73 nays.
Amendment number 3 failed. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4 by Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would just say that there is no way to amend this bill in any positive way, but this simply adds an amendment that says any handgun on school property must be locked in storage at all times unless in justified self-defense and while transporting to and from school grounds, and it adds the LEA civil liability provision as well. If we're going to allow these handguns into our schools, they must be in locked storage at all times, because this is nothing but a bad disaster and tragedy waiting to happen if we do not ensure personal responsibility. Our children's lives are at stake. With that, I ask you pass this amendment.
Chairman Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 4, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 75 nays.
Amendment number 4 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 5 by Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm absolutely baffled that we will not ensure that we must lock handguns up if we're going to allow them on school property. This amendment will ensure that anyone carrying a handgun on school grounds must be authorized to carry pursuant to our enhanced carry permit provision under state law, requiring sufficient training, education, and experience with handguns before they carry these handguns in and around our children in our public schools, directly threatening their lives and safety. Additionally, the director of schools must notify law enforcement with all information of individuals who will have this training and this permit, and requires that that information be confidential, not subject to public inspection, except for privacy and student protection purposes. With that, Mr. Speaker, I ask that we pass this amendment and ensure that anybody carrying a handgun on school property is adequately trained.
Chairman Clemens moves adoption of amendment number 5, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of amendment number 5, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does anyone wish to change their vote? Members in the gallery, if I hear shouting, you will be removed. That's your first warning. And if I can't tell who it is, then the whole section goes with that one person. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 26, 71 nays.
Amendment number 5 failed. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 6 by Representative Powell. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know how anybody can sit around and eat right now because I'm sick to my stomach that we have to be here listening to this bill. My amendment would make it so that parents are notified when teachers are allowed to bring guns into school. When that horrifying day happens, then teachers should be notified. Let me tell you why. Multiple reasons. This bill is dangerous. It makes our schools unsafe. Parents should be notified. If you believe in parental choice, allow parents to know that guns are in the school so they can take their kids out of those schools if they so choose. This is dangerous. It's going to have dangerous consequences and impacts all around. Think about law enforcement. How is law enforcement going to feel safe going into a school knowing there are guns? It's going to delay responses. It is going to put law enforcement in danger. How are people going to know who is the assailant and who is a teacher with a gun? This is dangerous. Let parents choose. I move adoption.
Chairman Powell moves adoption of amendment number 6. Proper motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 6, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 74 nays.
Amendment number 6 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 7 by Representative Thompson. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Thompson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is to exclude the largest county in the state, Shelby County, from this bill. As everyone knows here, we have a crime problem. After the Guns and Cars bill was passed, we've had a proliferation of gun theft from our cars, and we have a lot of illegal stolen weapons out in the streets and in the schools. Adding more guns for our teachers will simply increase the proliferation of guns in our schools and will simply make it a lot more dangerous in each school in Shelby County. And I ask you to exclude us from this bill. Thank you.
Representative Thompson moves to adopt amendment number 2. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 7, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Right or no? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 73 nays.
Amendment 7 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 8 by Representative Hakeem. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Hakeem, you're recognized. Representative Hakeem. Amendment number 8.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that consideration be given to removing Hamilton County from this legislation. It's already been stated, the problem we have with guns, and then to consider teachers having the guns. The facts have already been stated. If you have police coming into the school, they don't know who's a perpetrator or who is a friendly. So we'd ask you to please give consideration to removing Hamilton County from this legislation.
Representative King moves adoption of amendment number 8. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment 8, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 71 nays, one present not voting.
Amendment number 8 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 9 by Representative McKenzie. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've spoken to our leadership, both on the administration side and on the teacher representation side. And both of those entities were in lockstep in saying that we have highly trained with individuals that are carrying weapons in every building where our children are. They feel that that is more than adequate and necessary. And I'll put a period there. And then I want you to also consider what it's going to do for Knox County in terms of our risk and what we're going to end up having to pay. Our taxpayers pay in insurance. Our insurance premiums will go up if you go from the SROs to any individual that want to go through the process. To have them, I say, successfully go through the process, which is not nearly exorbitant. So I ask for consideration. Thank you.
Representative McKenzie moves adoption of amendment number 9. Proper second. Proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting on amendment number 9. All those in favor of adopting, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 71 nays, one present not voting.
Amendment number 9 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 10 by Representative Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you're recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is exempt out Davidson County. I think we've seen in the last week what teachers with guns at a daycare actually do, and that happens to be about a mile from my home where that daycare is located. But first and foremost, I want to take my time. If there's any Covenant parents in the gallery today, I want to apologize to you right now. I am so sorry that you're having to sit here and listen to this. We've done nothing for you. We've lied to you. They've said they're going to do something.
Representative Mitchell, you're on your amendment, please. No, you're not. On your amendment. Stay on your amendment, please. His mic's not on. Hey. Representative Mitchell moves adoption of amendment number 10. It's proper motion, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 10, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 72 nays.
Amendment number 10 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 11 by Chairman Williams.
Chairman Williams, you're recognized. Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 11 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 12 by Representative Jones. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request that the clerk please read the amendment.
There's objection. There's objection. There's objection, so we're on the board. It's a motion. All those in favor of the clerk reading the amendment, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 23, 74 nays.
Representative Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe that the clerk and my colleagues do not want the amendment read because this amendment is to rename this bill the Refusal to Protect Kids in Schools Act, because that's exactly what you all are doing. This bill is morally insane, and we've come to this chamber for a year expecting you to pass common sense gun laws. You have mothers and grandmothers here dragged from this chamber every week saying arm teachers with the books they need, the materials they need, the resources they need. But for God's sake, you don't hear them. What you're doing today is you're going to put guns in our schools for our teachers, and you should be ashamed of yourself. My Republican colleagues continue to hold our state hostage, hold our state at gunpoint to appeal to their donors in the gun industry. It is morally insane. It is a form of idolatry, and God have mercy on you when you put the lives of our children beneath the contributions of the NRA. God have mercy on you that you do not hear the pain of these mothers saying, protect kids, not guns, and may democracy see you out of your seats, because you have not heard what the majority of Tennesseans want, which is common sense gun laws that protect kids and not guns.
Again, that's your second warning. We're voting on amendment number 12. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 24, 74 nays.
Amendment number 12 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 13 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you to everybody who is here to have your presence and your witness recognized. May be able to stop you from stomping and clapping, but we can see you. This amendment is quite simple. It makes sure that parents and legal guardians give written consent to people being in the classroom with firearms. I've heard so many times how much parental consent matters, and it's a parent's responsibility to raise their child. I also think it's a parent's job to know if their child is being put at risk by having someone in the classroom with a firearm that another student can find, that their own child could find, and that it could be discharged and actually hurt or harm them or their kids, other kids. These laws and this law is ridiculous. It is dangerous. And parents are going to mourn, and children are going to be hurt by it. And so for that reason, I move for consideration.
You heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 13. All those in favor of considering amendment number 13, vote yes when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 75 nays.
Amendment number 13, motion to consider fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 14 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognized.
The hypocrisy of our legislature is showing. This would make sure that anyone who is on school property will have to notify other faculty and staff members as well. If we are going to have more firearms in our schools, certainly the people who are like my mother, who's been a teacher for 22 years, would know if someone who is teaching next to them has a firearm in their classroom. This is increasing the dangerousness level of our schools. It is hurting and risking the lives of our children, and each and every one of us will be responsible and accountable for the gun violence that will happen due to this pathetic excuse for dealing with the gun violence epidemic. This is not only pathetic, it is ridiculous, it is immoral, it is wrong, and each and every one of us need to do more to actually make our schools safer. Arming teachers is not the answer, and if it was, teachers would have told us so, but guess what? They didn't. I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 14. All those in favor of considering amendment number 14, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Trooper, that second warning, the lady in the black needs to go, please. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 74 nays.
Amendment number 14 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 15 by Representative Pearson, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you're recognized. Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you to the advocate who is now being escorted out by troopers for speaking truth to power. This amendment says that a student shall be reassigned to a different classroom if their parent or legal guardian objects. And if they object, like those who care about the lives of our children object, if those parents object, realizing that gun violence is the #1 killer of children in the state, if those parents object, if they object like the parents and the teachers and the mothers and the fathers and the sisters and the brothers and the siblings in this room object, if they object to putting more harm in our classrooms, if they object to risking their own children's lives or their nieces and nephews, if they object, then they would have the right to not have their child to be inside of that classroom because they realize having someone inside of a classroom with a firearm is absolutely insane. And so with that, I move for adoption.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 15. All those in favor of considering amendment number 15, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 75 nays.
Amendment number 15 fails. We have a parliamentary question. Oh, motion to consider fails. Sorry. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry is if a member, is it proper for a member to address the gallery while we are on legislation? Those comments are not on the legislation. So yes, that would be out of order. If a member feels that a member is off the amendment or not running debate through the chair, then that member can raise objection.
Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 16 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, is not timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm offering this amendment because I believe that this legislation is one of the most heinous and dangerous pieces of legislation I've ever seen. This would take away Section 2, letter H, that says an LEA would be immune from claims for monetary damages that arise solely from or related to a faculty member's use of their handgun. I believe that the culpability should be on not just the LEA, but the state for the people who die when these handguns are being used. If people who are law enforcement officers only hit 18% of times, I wonder how often the people who use these handguns are going to accidentally strike our children or other individuals or other staff members. And so the culpability needs to be on the state, needs to be on the LEA for doing something despicable and dangerous as this legislation. With that, I move for consideration.
You've heard the motion. It's properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 16. All those in favor of considering amendment number 16, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 74 nays.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having failed to receive necessary two-thirds of the motion, consider amendment number 16 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to the heel of the amendments. House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Williams, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. House Bill 1202, I have worked on for several years. House Bill 1202 allows, under certain conditions, for faculty and staff members of our K-12 schools, under certain parameters, to be able to carry a concealed weapon with the idea of protecting those students who may be trapped, as well as creating what currently does not exist in Tennessee, and that is a deterrent as it relates to our schools. This kind of legislation is not new to Tennessee. In fact, in 2016, this body passed gave K-12 schools in distressed counties the ability to carry guns, teachers and faculty to be able to carry concealed weapons in their schools, and have done for the last 7 years without any incident. In fact, those standards from our distressed counties across the state, those standards for that faculty or staff member to carry have a much lower threshold than the current tenets of this bill that's before you today. Additionally, this body passed in 2017 the ability, with only an enhanced carry permit, the ability for faculty and staff members at higher education campuses across the state to be able to only notify the law enforcement agency in charge of that higher education campus. And all they had to have was that enhanced carry permit, and the dean and the president of the university were prohibited from knowing if they were or were not. The byproduct of what we saw in for that passage in 2015, consequently the following years, what we saw was an overall reduction in crime on higher education campuses in every category by a minimum of 20%. You can find that information in the campus crime on campus report from the TBI from 2017. This bill is something that I've worked on for a great period of time. The big challenge, though, is the discussion around this bill is dramatically different than what you've all heard from me already. The facts are that this bill is 100% permissive, so much so that not only does the local law enforcement agency have to agree, who has an MOU of understanding with your school, the principal and the director of schools would also have to agree. So in all three would have to be in agreement in order to do that. Even if they didn't agree to do that, then the standards by which someone would be able to carry a weapon in our state are so high based upon the tenets of this law. Those requirements would be, you have to have an enhanced carry permit. You have to be able to resubmit your fingerprints as it relates to TBI. You have to do 40 hours of certification with the law enforcement agency who has the memo of understanding with your local LEA. And you would have to have a background check and a psychological evaluation, just exactly like those law enforcement agents in your communities are currently SROs, and those as well. If at any point someone doesn't do this or doesn't do well in this, the local law enforcement agency can say no, just like they could say no before. This bill, it seeks to make the bar so high, but to allow the locals to have the ability to do that, that it would create a deterrent across our state. This is not new, though, in the nation. There are 32 other states that have similar laws, both red and blue and purple, all across the United States. And those states have also done, like we have in the past, allowed teachers under circumstances and faculty members under circumstances, certain circumstances, the ability to carry a concealed firearm. There are some prohibitions about after-school activities, so they can't do that there. This is just on campuses. But as a parent of a public school kid, my kids are grown now. One of the biggest questions that people ask me all the time, they ask you, I'm certain, have you done everything you can possibly do to make our schools safe across the state? I believe that this is a method by which we can do that, because what you're doing is you're creating a deterrent. Across our state, we have had challenges as it relates to shootings all across the state. We know, some of us know, that sometimes somebody will go to place A to shoot up a school or do something negative, and they end up going somewhere else because they're deterrent. Mr. Speaker, I renew.
Chairman Williams renews his motion. We have a long list. Representative Hemmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a parent of two school-age children, as a victim of school violence, school shooting, I can't with good conscience support this. I feel like it could do much more harm than good, and it just doesn't make common sense. And I'm not alone. Vanderbilt University Child Health Poll polled 1,000 parents this past year. 49% of them were actually firearm owners. And this was the lowest rated thing. Study says, do you feel like your schools are safer if the teachers were armed? Only 37% felt that. So parents aren't asking for that. Also, this is really an unfunded mandate. Looked at a Milliman study that, and for those of you who don't know Milliman in the insurance field, they're kind of the gold standard. They make all of the insurance rates and do all the background studies on that. And they showed and looked at all the other legislation passed in other states, polled the schools, and showed that this poses significant risk and liability for school systems. From talking to my own school system, they're going to have to put back lots of money to pay for this, for their insurance. In fact, this study showed that between $1,500 and $2,500 was the premium per individual that would choose to bring a gun to school. And then lastly, in some communities such as Kansas, they weren't even allowed to fund this, to even cover these people, even though the legislation passed. And lastly, I think in a real world example, I had a high school football coach who ended up going to another school. He got attacked by one of his own students, senselessly beaten to a pulp.
And I think about what would happen. Think about the liability. If a student would attack this principal or this teacher, and they were, just beaten unconscious, and that teacher had a gun, and that student was enraged, what happened? I go back to my own situation, my school shooting. 7th grade teacher, another student brought a gun to school and shot a student. What are we doing? Pitting that teacher against shooting a 13-year-old in a very, very awful situation? Overall, I just don't feel like this is going to do good, and I can't support it. Thank you.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative, for your comments. You did mention a little bit about a coach. I thought it was important to say that in this bill, the standards for a faculty member or staff member to carry are much higher than in Florida. However, Parkland, Florida was the most recent one that did a peace officer bill similar to this bill, but the standards weren't as high. They did that in honor of a coach, Aaron Feist, and they call it the Coach Aaron Feist Guardian Program because Coach Feist was the one who was in the hallway at Parkland trying to protect 3 little girls and was killed by the shooter. And he didn't have an opportunity to defend those little girls except for being their shield. All this bill would do in your case, in your first comments, if in your district and your LEA chooses not to do this, that's their ability to do that. That's what permissivity is. So as it relates to all the other things, my only concern would be is that if they did say that, they would be telling their entire community that the deterrent doesn't exist here, but it may in another LEA. But I appreciate the comments and thank you for your time.
Thank you. So far, any hand I've seen is on the list, so you can continue or not. Representative Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let's talk about the liability point. Since, we hear it's permissive. So if it's permissive, this teacher is going to decide to take on this liability under federal law. Liability under federal law, schools and teachers could be liable for money damages if an unauthorized person, say another student, gets a hold of a teacher's gun and accidentally or intentionally fires it. Schools and teachers could be liable for money damages if a teacher accidentally fires a weapon. So, let's be realistic. We talked about Parkland. There was a school safety officer there that day. He had a handgun up against a assault rifle. Didn't engage. Uvalde, I talked to the state senator at Uvalde. He sued and got all the body cam footage. He said the first 45 minutes of it, he said, I got to hear a lot of police officers talking about, hey, we can't go in there. They got an AR. We can't go in there. What are we going to do? They got an AR. So what we're going to do here, we're going to give somebody a little pop gun to go up against a weapon of war. Does not work, folks. Does not work in any situation. And even if it did, let's say they get in a gun battle. Well, the last national health study on police officers in active fire situation, police officers trained more than these few hours we're going to have these teachers trained in an active fire situation. A trained police officer is only 18% accurate in that situation. So how much collateral damage can you accept? I can't accept any children being blown away in a classroom, especially, by their teacher that shouldn't have a gun in there in the first place. So then, the police get there. No, the police don't get there. The tactical team gets there and they go in. Anyone with a gun in their hand, when that tactical team goes in, they're going down. I can assure you they're not going to ask questions. Are you a teacher? Or are you whatever? They're going to get shot. That teacher's going to die. Bottom line. So I hope you're fine with that. If you're fine with the liability, you're fine with the collateral damage of more children getting killed, and then you're fine with a teacher being mowed down by a SWAT team, those are the three situations that you'll be voting for on this. I think my learned colleague from Knox County said it best. The teacher who wants a gun in a classroom is exactly the one I don't want to have a gun in the classroom. That is exactly who we don't want having a gun. We don't need Wyatt Earp, who's teaching study hall with a gun. We don't need it. This is, again, I can't even believe this is the first major piece of gun legislation that we've addressed since the Covenant tragedy. Just think about that. This is what we're going to do. This is our reaction to teachers and children being murdered in a school. Our reaction is to throw more guns at it. What's wrong with us? I mean, other states have reacted and done things. We're going in the total opposite direction, the worst direction we possibly could go. We're going to throw more guns at the situation. That is not going to solve the problem. It's going to create more death. And I'm not fine with that. And when you push one of these buttons today, you think about that too. And next time it comes up on the screen, there's another.
That's it. Chairman Williams.
I don't think he asked me a question.
Oh, you're good. All right. Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor first, thank you for properly using the term permissive, unlike some of our other colleagues, so appreciate that. But I just really want to have kind of a dialogue, because I'm not going to say no long speech, so thank you for that. And I get the emotion, I get the need to want to do something. Promise you I do. So couple of questions. In terms of the teacher that goes through the process, what's their process for getting insured or indemnified? Is that per LEA, or is that on that person?
Chairman Williams.
Their current liability coverage would cover them. The only difference is, just like they would any other teacher, in the tenets of the bill, they would have to meet all those standards or check all the boxes as it relates to those 5 standards.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So they'll be covered for that additional, let's call it duty, for having that. So how about the standards of use? Is there going to be a document developed that says you can only pull your weapon on these 8 things or 18 times? Is that something that's in the legislation or will be developed per LEA?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you. Representative, in communicating with law enforcement as it relates to how they would train these people through the training, which requires that hands-on training, what would end up happen in that case is each law enforcement agency who has that memo of understanding would fold whatever their desires based upon that person's proficiency, so that they are involved or not involved, or just giving an area of refuge to students to run where they would do that, whether somebody engages or doesn't engage or whatever that might be, an active shooter program, that would be worked out between the MOU, the law enforcement agency with the MOU and that individual after their training is done.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So that kind of leads me to the training. I know that in true law enforcement. They go through all sorts of scenarios and periods of time where they train on different things. I know one of those things is how to maintain possession of your weapon while under attack. Because I think a lot of these situations aren't going to be shooters coming in. It's going to be an internal to the building thing. Will that be part of that 40-hour training in terms of how they can keep their weapon secured and not have it kind of taken away from them by a student or another parent?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, sir, that is the case. That's one of the changes that was between the House and the Senate version, and working with the Senate sponsor. We wanted to ensure that the maximum amount of safety and understanding with the firearm would be met. So we required that a portion, a majority actually, of that training, that 40-hour training would be hands-on. So it wouldn't be like what happened with an enhanced carry permit where you go through days and days of classes and shoot a gun one time. And so the idea behind that additional training and making sure it's hands-on is to make sure that person was proficient. If they're found to not be proficient, then the law enforcement agency would simply not approve.
Representative McKenzie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I'm to do a quick shift into that whole liability insurance piece of it. One, are the LEAs going to be required to submit or let folks know who's carrying their insurance? And what I'm afraid of is if that name gets out there, that parent company, let's call it, nationwide, the parent company might say, hey, this is bad publicity, and pull those policies across the state. So is that something that's going to be secured? And then my last question, I know time's running out, is charter schools. Will charter schools have to have their own policies and procedures, or do they fall under the LEA? Now, and listen to those two.
Chairman Williams.
Yes, thank you, Representative. The answer to your question about nationwide or those things, typically that information is not going to be shared. It has to, the identity of the person who has done the mental health background check, who's done the training, who's submitted their fingerprints, and all those things, that the principal would have to agree and the director of schools would have to agree, but the identity of that person is preserved. That was done in both the 2016 law that's currently on the books regarding distressed counties, and it was done as it relates to higher education campuses. And the reason behind that was if the identity were to be released of who these people would be, they're fearful that there might be a case of hiring and firing decision based upon someone's willingness to do this, I might add, at their own expense. And so that's what the liability component would be. And I forgot what you said.
Charters.
Oh, yes. The way the law currently reads, it says the LEA and the law enforcement agency who has MOU of understanding. So if a charter school, technically a public school student's LEA, they would have the ability to, under an MOU, do the same thing. But once again, all of them would have to agree.
Martin of Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative, for your years of work on this legislation. Personally, my parents have taught 40 years in public school, so I can vouch that there are public school teachers out there that have asked for this, despite what we've heard. But if you don't mind, can you clarify, is this already allowed in state statute?
Chairman Williams.
Yes, Representative, it is. Since 2016, we did allow it for distressed counties. The number of distressed counties has been reduced since that time, but at the time it was 13 counties.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Speaker. And the standard compared to what it was currently and what this bill will actually do, is it going to raise or lower that aspect of it?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It would raise the standard from that original statute. Particularly the most glaring things would be the mental health background check. As you, the members may not know this, but there's one of in our body who had in his district 5 teachers who wanted to become reserve deputies in their county. And through the process of the mental health background check, only one of those 5 teachers passed. And so that level of stringency as it relates to the mental health background check and someone's fitness as it relates to do this is extremely important. And that's why it's in this bill.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And finally, this is permissive, correct? Again.
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is permissive. It has to, all 3 of those entities have to agree.
Representative Martin.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, as I look around, one of the few people that have a child in public school and will spend the next 11 years in public school. I trust my local law enforcement. I trust my director of schools. I trust my teacher. If they believe this is what's right for that specific community and it's permissive and they think that's going to help take care of my child, I fully support this bill. And I thank you for what you've done for us. Thank you.
Representative Love.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to the sponsor. I'm looking at Section 2, letter G of the bill, where it says that a faculty or staff member who carries a concealed handgun pursuant to subdivision A1 on property owned, operated, or controlled by the school at which the faculty or staff member is assigned shall not, under 2 it says, carry the handgun at the following times and locations: stadiums, gymnasiums, or auditoriums when school-sponsored events are in progress. My question is this: if teachers are not to carry the guns in auditoriums at a school-sponsored event during the school day, where are the guns being stored?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Representative, for the question. In this instance, let's say, for your example, that there was a pep rally because football team had a football game. That individual would not be allowed to go to that pep rally. The other faculty and staff would be there because they have it concealed on them. They wouldn't be able to participate in that pep rally.
Representative Love.
So my concern is this: public school graduate, Whites Creek High School, all the teachers came to the pep rally. All the faculty came because the student-to-teacher ratio would not allow them all just some to be there, some to stay in the classroom. My concern is this, that if you're holding some teachers back, then in that process, who decides who is bringing their handgun to school that day? Let's say you have 100% of the teachers say, I want to be the one carrying the handgun. Then who stays in the classroom and who goes to the pep rally at that moment?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, even with the lower standard of what's necessary on higher education campus, to give you an idea, 3.13% of faculty and staff members across the entire state are actually carrying on higher education campuses. Based upon the high bar here, there's a very low probability that even 0.1% would do this. So under the premise of 100% of them would do it, it's just not possible, because unfortunately, based upon my other example, most wouldn't pass the psychological evaluation fitness test. But in the example you do give, I know that in my son's school or my daughter's school, when they were there, not all the teachers went to those events. If that is in fact what happened to yours, and in fact some statistical improbability that would be all of them, then the principal and the LEA would have to work out that certain members of the teachers that were carrying in your 100% rule would not carry concealed the day of the pep rally.
Representative Love.
Using your example, if, let's say, a lower threshold of teachers do carry the weapons, and those are not the ones who are allowed to go to the auditorium for the pep rally or the school event, when the assailant comes into the school, if they head to the auditorium, then the purpose of the bill is defeated, because there's no one in the auditorium with a handgun to protect the students at that point, because they're the ones in the classroom. And if the person heads to the auditorium to then shoot somebody, then the bill is moot at that point, because the very persons you're asking to carry handguns to protect students can't be in the same space to protect students, because they're in the classroom with their handguns waiting for the students to come back. And that's my concern about the bill, is that when we talk about all these logistical items, it's going to be very difficult. And I understand your intent, to try to provide more safety, but those are my concerns, is that when we talk about who can't carry where they can, it's going to be a loophole in there somewhere, because the assailant is not proposing to assault the school based upon the teacher's schedule or who will be available to be there. So thank you, Speaker. Thank you, sponsor.
Chairman Williams. Ma'am. Very good. Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No disrespect to anyone. I just can't stand up. A little scooter accident. Okay. I guess I have a lot of things to think about here as someone who was actually in a classroom for 27 years and understand what the day's like, what happens, what goes on. Teachers are already doing 4 jobs, and they're paid poorly for one. They're a teacher, they're a nurse, they're a social worker, and they're a counselor. And now we're saying, take on another job, be school security. But we're going to continue to pay you less than you made 10 years ago. First of all, I cannot believe folks are even considering this. And then you're saying, well, take your pistol up against an AR-15 and multiple other weapons. Again, you were asking the ridiculous. Vast majority of teachers and parents do not want this legislation. Absolutely do not want it. You do understand there were 2 staff members at Covenant who were armed to be security, to act as security. Don't forget that. And don't compare us to higher ed. Higher ed is not mandatory, but K-12 is mandatory. It is not the same thing. If you're going to compare these 2 places, you really are demonstrating that you don't understand what goes on in a school. Schools, I hear so often up here that schools are failing. This legislature is failing our schools. They are failing our teachers. They are failing our kids who stood outside here and begged for us to take care of them. And this is even more dangerous than doing nothing. We need to stop the guns before they get to the school. They should never get to the schoolhouse door. You all want to bring the gun battle into the classroom. Why do you want to bring the gun battle into the classroom? Heard one of your members today believe that people who were dangerous should not get access to weapons. At the same time, he was running a bill to get rid of red flag laws. Outrageous. Let's start making sense here. This is unbelievable. This is something that the people overwhelmingly don't want. It is something that we have seen problems with. You talked about other states have passed it. Let's talk about that. Ingram Middle School, a school resource officer left a firearm unattended in the bathroom where it was found by a student. Pleasant Grove Independent School, a school district employee's firearm fell out of his holster onto a school bus seat. The firearm was later found by a student. Whitney Middle School, a teacher left her gun unattended in a teacher's workroom. The teacher served as school guardian and was authorized to have a gun on campus. Sims Academy of Innovation and Technology. A student found a gun and bullets inside an unattended purse on a school bus. Officers determined the purse belonged to a school bus driver employed by the school district. A vice principal left her gun unattended in a restroom on campus. The vice principal served as a school guardian and was authorized to have a gun on campus. A teacher was arrested for bringing a gun to school and keeping it in her bag. A substitute teacher was arrested after telling another staff member that he had a gun in his briefcase. The district transportation director left her pistol in a small unlocked plastic case near her desk when she went to the restroom. 2 first graders who were left alone in the office accessed the gun. A school counselor was arrested after having sexual contact with a teen. In the process of her arrest, a loaded handgun was found in her purse. A gun was found in an unattended bag in the media center of a high school. The bag belonged to an employee of the school. A school resource officer and retired police officer left an unloaded, holstered weapon on the counter of the bathroom. You all, there are dozens of these. This is a horrible idea. You were warned.
Chairman Williams.
No.
All right.
She didn't ask.
Representative Hicks of Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Mr. Sponsor. I appreciate your patience as I ask us a couple questions that you may have already addressed. The first thing, let me ask this, and I wrote these down way before you gave your presentation on the bill. Does this require or force any district or LEA to allow guns in schools?
Chairman Williams.
No, sir, it does not.
Representative Hicks.
Does this force any teacher or staff member to carry guns on school property?
Chairman Williams.
No, sir, it does not.
Representative Hicks.
Does this allow local leaders, i.e. our sheriffs, our superintendents, our police chiefs, principals, to make decisions that best fit the needs of their individual school districts?
Chairman Williams.
Yes.
Representative Hicks.
And then part of the debate has been to opt out some of the counties. And so my question is, with this particular bill, which allows these folks to be able to make the decisions, in essence, they can exclude themselves all the way down to the actual school districts. So can counties opt out? I would say yes. Can LEAs opt out? Absolutely they can. Just your comments on that.
Chairman Williams.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chairman Hicks, for that question. There were multiple amendments from my colleagues on the other side of the aisle who wish to have those removed or have their communities removed. Under the current language of the bill, all they have to do is say no and they can be removed. That's the definition of permissivity. And in this case, they could, if their local law enforcement agent, their local school director of schools, or their local principal says no, then they're in fact, this deterrent that I hope to achieve is removed from their school.
Representative Hicks.
You know, 9 years ago when I ran, one of the biggest things that I ran on was local control. And as this bill came across and I saw it get filed, I thought, oh boy, here we go. Because I'm going to tell you, I had some reservations about it. But now that we're putting it back in the local control, where it is closest to the governing bodies that actually are closest to the people, that's what's going to allow me to cast a yes vote for this today. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Representative Towns.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Representative, I know for a fact that you and every member on this House floor want to do something about this tragedy, this plague that's killing our kids, killing unsuspecting citizens. We all want to do something. I know also that in our haste that we make waste and we don't know what to do to solve the problem. We really want to solve this problem. I think every man and woman on this floor wants to solve this problem. This is something that we take home with us, go to bed, sleep at night, and try to figure out what to do. And you're making an attempt to try to do something that you think will solve the problem. SROs, do we have them in every school in the state?
Chairman Williams.
No, in finance, we discussed this year, this body unanimously approved to fund an SRO in every school in the state. And unfortunately, because of the inability to find law enforcement agencies, particularly in rural communities that are qualified to do that, there are more than 300, I think, that of those positions that are 500 that are currently unfilled across the state.
Representative Towns.
So if we had SROs, a complement of SROs for all our schools across the state, would we need this bill?
Chairman Williams.
To answer your question directly, I do think we need this bill. I think the components of this bill is not about an SRO or an armed faculty member who has met all these requirements. The goal here for us is to be able to create a deterrent where there's a sign out in front of a school that some student's going to walk by or some family member is going to walk by every day and see that there might be somebody on this campus that's carrying other than the SRO, so that we would create a deterrent. Because we all know that the deterrent is probably the greatest value that we can possibly add at this point, because even in our best of intentions, it'd be very difficult to keep our kids completely secure, even if we had 5 SROs in every school, because the hearts of men are broken in a lot of cases, particularly those who would go and shoot up a school.
Representative Towns.
No question about that. The hearts of men are broken in this community. However, we are comfortable as citizens with police officers, SROs, not a teacher having the capacity to carry a gun. We're more familiar with that. We're more acceptable of a police officer, state trooper, or someone in that capacity that has had adequate training for maybe an extended period of time. It gives us a certain level of comfort. Does it solve the problem? There again, 100%, no, it doesn't. But the citizens are interested in more safety. They feel better probably with SROs, police officers, because we have police officers at all our major events. We feel more comfortable with that. So I'm saying that we need to buck up as a state and we need to hire these SROs, spend the money, offer incentives, and get the SROs in our school systems, people that are trained and better. Now, there have been a lot of great things said in terms of us being able to think about what the dire consequences can be if something happens. If a student, and this, children are very curious. If a student actually goes into a pocketbook, a purse of a teacher who's in the men's room especially, or in the ladies' room especially, men wear it around their hip, they may have it in their purse and get that hardware out of their pocketbook, and that student actually does some damage. Think about the trauma that happens with that school and that child and that teacher. That's real trauma that you probably, as a child, will never live down the school either. Now, if in the heat of battle, if an officer comes into the school and a man is standing there holding a gun, he doesn't know who it is. The first somebody that sees him with that gun, he's going to drop him, more than likely. We'd hate to say that would happen, but that probably is going to happen because it's so quick, it's so furious, and you think that's the shooter, but that's the teacher. Case in point, the teacher may have to shoot his own student. There's a possibility. Now, all these are what? Unintended consequences that can happen. I think that if we do a bill where we had the input of everybody, the parents, the people here, both sides of the aisle, we may come up with a better deal. There again, I know we're all trying to do something that's going to save our kids, but we need to figure out how to do something a lot better than what makes everybody real upset. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Junior Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative. The truth of the matter is that this bill is far and away different than the first bill I filed 3 years ago. I've met with multiple parents from Nashville to Putnam County to Memphis, and kids even today, law enforcement agencies across the state and LEAs, to make sure that we could do everything we could do to set the bar as high as we possibly can and still create an environment where we can keep kids safer and create a deterrent for our schools. Because currently it's just one of those gun-free zones where people know they can go there and take advantage of folks. And so I appreciate your questions and your comment.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chairman Williams, for bringing this. And we all know that you have worked for a long time on this, and you worked with passion. And again, the concern being safety of our children. We are being blamed for putting guns in schools, but the purpose of it is to protect our children, and that is often forgotten. The information about this bill in the media and among my visitors at the office has been just misinformation to a staggering degree. As I drive in the morning and listen to my local public radio, I have to really concentrate on my driving because it's bothersome to see that it repeated again and again that we are going to make the teachers carry guns. We really, that's very common despite the fact of it's voluntary. And to clarify for some of my residents and friends, we use the word permissively all the time, but I want to clarify that means that you can participate in this program or not participate. That is permissive to us. LEA means the school board. So if our demonstrators here, our visitors here, and we are grateful for them coming, if they do not want guns in their schools, they should really be going to their school board, their principal, their director of schools, and saying, we don't want it. Really, those are the people that hold the key and will make the decision whether that school will participate or not participate. And that is what we call permissive. It is also well known that in the state of Tennessee, isn't it true that private schools can have or do have at this time the programs that there are armed teachers on their grounds? Is that true?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, under Title 39, it allows for both private schools to set up their own. We passed it many years ago. Matter of fact, when I first got here, and then in 2016, we also passed the bill that was discussed earlier, where it allowed for distressed counties in our state in order to do this.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So we have had that trial or experiment for quite a while, and we have not seen any untoward incidents, have we?
Chairman Williams.
No, sir, we haven't.
Representative Kumar.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for clarifying that. The matter of liability, one person very passionately questioned me about it and said that insurance companies will seek out the teacher who is carrying the gun and not cover them. Well, we have taken precautions not to reveal their identity. And again, this is misinformation. The purpose of it is to protect our children and create a deterrent. We have seen frequently a sign by a house that says this property protected by this alarm service, and that has been proven to be a deterrent. And that's what we are trying to create. I would like to ensure my constituents who are very concerned about this bill that once again, our school board can choose not to participate, and then we have nothing to worry about if we choose so. I hope they will choose to do that because it will be a deterrent and it'll protect our children. Thank you, Chairman Williams. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Williams. Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor, just quickly, thank you. Thank you for the work you've done the last 3 years on the bill. Thank you for working with stakeholders. Thank you for taking the feedback from this body. And now 3 years later, here you are presenting this bill, working to make Tennessee schools and children safer. I want to get absolute clarity. So in 2016, many of us in this body voted to allow teachers in distressed counties to carry without notification to law enforcement and without any restrictions on them, such as 40 hours training and some of the other things you provided in this bill, correct?
Chairman Williams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To clarify your comments, not all true. It did require the 40 hours of training, and the law enforcement agency, the principal, and the LEA, the director of schools had to know, but the fingerprints, the mental health background check, and the enhanced carry permit were not a requirement at the time.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the clarification. Have there been any incidents or any shootings resulting from the law we passed in 2016?
Chairman Williams.
Not to my knowledge.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as someone who represents Knox County, we are blessed with schools that have an SRO in every school. My largest high school, we have 4 SROs in our high school. And so I can't relate to some of you in rural communities. I believe the number was just mentioned, 500 SRO positions not being filled. We have to take every step possible to ensure that our rural communities have the resources they need and the protection they need for our children and our schools. And so this takes that step. I know there's one member in here in particular who talked about it would take 20 minutes for law enforcement to get to his kid's school. That's completely unacceptable for a school to be without an SRO and no protection of any kind. So again, thank you so much for running the bill. Thank you for the intent behind the bill, and I look forward to supporting it.
Chairman Williams.
No. Thank you, Speaker.
Representative Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question's been called. Obviously, there's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 66, 30 nays.
Previous question prevails. We are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1325 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 68, 28 nays, 2 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1325, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. State troopers, please clear the gallery on both sides. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2936 by Chairman Faison, relative to families' rights and responsibilities. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized. There we go.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform
We
the
have a
Senate
point of
bill.
order. We have a point of order. Representative Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call Representative Jones out of order for filming on the House floor, a Rule 19 violation.
That's a proper motion, properly seconded. Is there objection? We're on the board. All those in favor vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Aye, 70, 18 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Motion passes. Chairman Faison, you're recognized. Representative Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
No, Chairman Clemens up at the back, not there, up here. Point of order. Point of order's up here, sir. Point of order's up here. No, point of order's up here first. No, first. No, sir. Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I make a motion under Rule 19 for transgression of rules by member against Representative Todd for inflicting physical contact intentionally against one of our members.
Proper motion, properly seconded. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. Under Rule 19, Chairman Clemens is ruling Representative Todd out of order. If you vote for it, if you vote for Rule 19, vote aye. If you're against it for Representative Todd, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 23, 73 nays.
Fails. Representative Zachary, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move Rule 19 to rule Representative Jones out of order for recording on the House floor and continually breaking House rules, Mr. Speaker.
That's proper motion, properly seconded. We're on the board. Is there objection? There's objection. There's objection. All those in favor of Rule 19 for recording on the House floor by Representative Jones, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 72, 24 nays.
It passes. Representative Powell, for what purpose?
Rule 19 for Representative Moon videotaping on the House floor.
Under Rule 19, that's proper motion, properly seconded. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor, vote aye. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, take the vote.
Ayes 23, 71 nays.
It fails. Representative Zachary, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move orders of the day.
Orders of the day, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the House is currently on Senate Bill 2749 by Chairman Faison. That's item 4 on today's calendar.
Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2749.
Chairman Faison moves to substitute form to Senate Bill 2749, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2749 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Faison moves passage of Senate Bill 2749 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Civil Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 3.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 2 by Chairman Faison. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Faison, you're recognized.
Move to withdraw.
Representative Faison. Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 3 by Representative Pearson. Mr. Speaker, it was timely filed.
Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment recognizes the intent of this legislation, but recognizes that there are some challenges that need to be addressed with it, that we need to tackle some more serious and important issues, such as those that people here are advocating for. And so I want us to focus on those, the fight that's happening against gun violence. And so with that, I'm going to withdraw this amendment.
Without objection, amendment number 3. Point of order. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call Representative Jones out of order under violation of Rule 19 again.
Proper motion, probably seconded. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 15 nays.
Approves again. Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're on to Amendment 4.
Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 4 by Chairman Faison, Mr. Speaker, was timely filed.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is some clarifying language and removes higher ed out of the bill. Move adoption.
Chairman Faison moves adoption of amendment number 4. Part motion, probably seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 72, 19 nays.
Amendment number 4 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 5 by Todd, Mr. Speaker, it's not timely filed.
Representative Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What this bill does, this amendment does, it removes the words U.S. Constitution from this bill so that it does not tie anything with traditional parental rights to the U.S. Constitution. With that, I move adoption.
Consideration. You've heard
I
the
move
motion.
for consideration.
You heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 5. All those in favor of considering amendment number 5, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 75, 22 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 5 prevails. Representative Todd, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, what this amendment does, it removes the words U.S. Constitution from this bill. I've worked with the sponsor on this and several others to make sure this is getting it in the right posture. So I'd appreciate your vote.
Representative Todd moves adoption of amendment number 5. That's a proper motion, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, we're voting on amendment number 5. All those in favor of adopting, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 23 nays.
Amendment number 5 is adopted. Chairman Clemens, for what purpose?
Question on bill.
Oh, gotcha. All right. Parliamentary inquiry. You want to come up here, Camper or Clemens? Chairman Faison, you're recognized. We're on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Chairman Faison, this bill has been amended several times here on the House floor. Can you explain what exactly this bill does?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely.
Chairman Faison.
Representative Clemens, members, we live in a time that there are those who would fancy themselves to be able to decide what's best for my children outside of my purview. I believe, and history proves, that the family and parents who have not been negligent or abusive are the very best to decide what's best for their children. This bill, Mr. Representative, is a bill that puts into law that parents truly have the right for the direction of their children and for their life. If someone in Tennessee is licensed, certified through this state, decides to go behind the parent's back and encourage a child in a way opposite of what that parent is allowing, this allows an avenue for the parent to step up and say, this isn't okay, and it needs to be looked at, and gives them a civil action course.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. So I understand the intent of the legislation. I'm a little concerned about the fact that there's no reference to the U.S. Constitution in here with regards to protections. We obviously, as a state, can't do anything that violate the U.S. Constitution. We obviously won't violate the law. I see here with regard to parental rights exclusively reserved to a parent, one of being to direct the upbringing of the child. A lot of parents have different ideas about how to bring up a child. Some of them believe a belt is the answer sometimes. Some people believe that striking their child is not the answer. Some people may consider that abuse. Some people may not. Is this legislation intended to allow abuse of a child just because a parent dictates that's directing the upbringing of the child? Then we've got questions with regards to pulling the child out of school for purposes, for instance, religious purposes. You know, religious freedoms are protected under the U.S. Constitution. That's been stripped out of here. Other protections are in place. Any number of reasons a child could be picked out of school. If a child is chronically absent from school, a parent could say, oh, it's our religion. I pulled them out for religious purposes, and they violate the rule, and now that child's going to have to be held back. Are there exceptions in this law for these types of circumstances where a parent may, let's say, abuse this law for the purposes that you don't intend?
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Clemens, this bill works in conjunction with current laws that deal with school laws and truancy and does not impede that. Furthermore, you ask about corporal punishment. This bill does not do anything that deals with corporal punishment or how a parent chooses to discipline their child unless they have been deemed by the government to be abusive or neglectful. This bill deals with giving parents the ability to have a say when someone in authority pulls their child aside and tries to affirm them in a way that the parent is not okay with.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sorry, well, you said affirm them in a way. Can you elaborate on what you mean by affirm them in a way? Because I read this, I do have that question. I'd love specificity on affirm them. And then also, you know, government entities require any number of things to protect children, to make sure children are properly educated and properly cared for. So I'd love to understand what you mean by affirm them, and then also how much we're depriving the state government for protecting children in any given circumstance.
Chairman Faison.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Clemens, I'm going to give you a story, a real life story about what affirming is, and it happened in my life. As you know, I kill bugs for a living. Certain times of the spring in East Tennessee, bees will collect around fruit trees and are a major part of the pollination. I have a son who is, since he came out, has been a scientist. Everything in his life is about science. One day we were walking, I love to hike in East Tennessee. We walked past one such tree. It was a wild cherry tree that was blooming, and it was covered with bees. Now my son, Asher, was 3 years old at the time, and he loved picking up bugs. He thought that was the most wonderful thing, and he looked at me and he wanted to go over and get in the middle of those bees. He did not have the capacity to understand that the bees would bring harm to him. When I say affirm or encourage, I'm talking about someone outside of me look at my son and encouraging him and affirm him. Yeah, you think that bees look good? You think that cherry tree looks good? Go stand in the middle of that cherry tree and see if you can't grab some of those bees. Now, you and I both know that if somebody affirmed my son or encouraged my son, that would bring harm to him. If he was potentially allergic to a bee sting, it could in fact kill him. So when you ask me, what do I mean about affirm or encourage? In my life, I believe that it's dangerous for my son to go to a cherry tree that's in bloom with bees all around it, and I let him know that it would cause harm. There are those in this world who reject science and reject rationale, who reject judgment, and they would seek to come around and encourage my child to do something completely opposite of what I believe is okay. That's what I mean when I say affirm or encourage.
Representative Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 68, 29 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2749 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 61, 30 nays, 4 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2749 and received constitutional majority. I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call the next bill, Mr.
Speaker, that completes that particular
Mayor
count.
Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we return to Thursday's regular calendar at the place that we left off.
Without objection, so ordered. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, on that calendar, the body is ready for further consideration of item 21. Item 21, House Bill 430 by Chairman Farmer and others relative to acts committed by juveniles. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 624.
Chairman Chairman Farmer moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 624. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 624 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Farmer moves passage of Senate Bill 624 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. First, third and final consideration. Call the First Amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's different from the Senate Amendment number 1. We move to withdraw in favor of the Finance, Ways and Means Amendment.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Dear Lady Hazelwood, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to Chairman Halsey for deferring to the Finance, Ways and Means Committee amendment, and I do move to adopt.
Without Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption. Committee amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt it. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 3 by Chairman Whitson, Mr. Speaker, is not timely filed.
Chairman Whitson, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment adds that a juvenile who is alleged to have committed an act that would require them to be classified as a serious youthful offender, then they have the right to a jury trial at the adjudication. This amendment also states the juvenile must be advised of the right, but can waive that right after consultation with their attorney. Also, the same rules of procedure will apply to those trials as they do in other cases currently. It also changes the effective date to 1 January 2025. With that, Mr. Speaker, I defer to the sponsor for further clarification.
Move for consideration. You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 3 prevails. Chairman Whitson, you're recognized on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move adoption.
Chairman Whitson moves adoption of amendment number 3. Proper motion, probably second. We're voting. All those in favor of adopting amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, no nays, 2 present, not voting.
Amendment number 3 is adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Amendment 4 by Representative Hardaway. Mr. Speaker, it's not timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. This amendment addresses the issues of the jury trial and the fact that the unconstitutionality of holding our young folks without them having access to a jury trial, without them having the proper areas to be held. Our sheriffs in the different counties are saying they don't have the facilities. We've got the issue of whether the jurisdiction of the adult criminal court versus the juvenile criminal court during that period. Where will the child be held, under whose jurisdiction? So I ask you to vote in affirmative and move.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 4. All those in favor of considering amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 6B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 4 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Representative Hardaway. Mr. Speaker, it was not timely filed.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some of what's in this particular amendment was addressed by the previous amendment by Representative Whitson, so I'll withdraw the amendment.
Without objection, amendment number 5 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Farmer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill does, this is the blended sentencing bill. And there was a couple of issues that was raised. I'll address those as some members from Shelby County and others had raised with regards to constitutionality of the jury trial and such. But this is a blended sentencing bill. What this does is allows for our most troubled juveniles, allows the juvenile court jurisdiction to be extended from their 19th birthday to their 24th birthday. What that means is that a juvenile who is coming into his young adulthood, he or she's young adulthood, can have the services and support that they need to get to where they can be solid citizens of the state of Tennessee and not end up in a state or federal penitentiary for the rest of their life. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to also address just a couple of other points. This would allow for the blended sentencing route and the most there's a list of A felonies. These felonies right now, if you're 16 or older, you could be transferred to adult court. Children that are 14 and up could go the blended sentencing route on their second offense. If it's their first offense, the district attorney could ask the court to consider this blended sentencing route. If it's attempted first degree or second degree murder, they'd already be sent down this blended sentencing route. If they are sent down this route and they're charged with one of these crimes, they'd be provided a jury trial, the option to have a jury trial at the onset of the charge. They allow the jurors to adjudicate them, to allow the adjudicatory hearing at that point in time. So that should satisfy any constitutional issues that people may have. The courts would have 1 year for that to happen, so our juveniles aren't just going to be sitting around. And also, this bill allows for, through Representative Whitson's amendment, allows for this to be a probatable period. So just because they extend this jurisdiction from 19 to 24, they don't have to be incarcerated. They could be on probation. It could be sort of a split confinement type situation. These folks would be held because they are adults at that point in time in an adult facility. Anytime they're a juvenile, they will not go to an adult facility. But once they're kind of in that second phase, if they're adjudicated once again from 19 to go in that blended sentencing route, they would be held in an adult facility. So with that said, I hope I didn't confuse anyone. I'll be happy to answer any questions that any member may have. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Farmer renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Hardaway, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And the irony here is I'm on the bill and I'm going to stay on the bill as a co-sponsor. And I thank the gentleman for his explanation. I thank Chairman White for being in this fight with me for years, literally years. And I welcome the participation of Representative Gillespie. However, though I support the bill, I don't think the bill is ready for prime time. I think there are some things that we could do better, should do better, especially as related to the jury trials. I think the way that it's written now, that we're going to have young folks who are going to be sitting detained while they're waiting for adjudication. The facilities issue, as I've said before, my sheriffs and other sheriffs have said that they are not prepared for long-term detainment of these young folks. It will keep our young people from getting the help that they need, which is the whole purpose of blended sentencing, members, is to get the young folks the help that they need as soon as possible so that they don't end up in the adult criminal justice system. But the way that the bill is written now, we will have that delay. We'll have young folks sitting without adequate programs administered by juvenile court because unless, and I'm going to ask the sponsor to speak to this, unless the facilities have programming that the juvenile court has pulled together, and they're under that programming for behavior modification. Mr. Sponsor, if you would.
Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those questions. You know, it's the intent of this legislation to allow for these youth that most of the times hadn't grew up, doesn't have a family they grew up with, maybe raised by their grandparents, maybe raised by gang members for that matter. They haven't been fortunate enough to have a mother or father to be around at home. So I can guarantee you and promise you that the intent of this legislation is to provide the services that fits the needs of these youth. And if we see that once these youth hit 19, that, hey, we still need to leave some training wheels on, some guardrails on, they're going to go into an adult facility at that point in time. The juvenile court's jurisdiction is going to extend and extend into that term of probation or incarceration. So to answer your question, I think that it's important to know that you know, these youth aren't convicted. They've just been adjudicated. And then the courts has the opportunity, if the youth has not done what they need to do, and they violated the terms and conditions of their, you know, probation list, for lack of a better speak, the court can, at another adjudication hearing at the 19th birthday, say, you know what? We're going to extend our jurisdiction with you. We want to do our very best to keep you out of the federal penitentiaries and the state penitentiaries. We want to help you. Let us help you grow into an adult. Let us help you stay out from the clutches of gangs that say, hey, look, you're going to be fine at 19. Just go steal that gun. Go carjack that car. Go shoot this person, because once you turn 19, you're good. Come right back. We're going to be here for you. So this is saying, look, you're going to have consequences at least up until your 24th birthday. This is saying that, you know, we're going to provide you with that support. So I think this is it's a good bill. And think about this too. Right now, for all these offenses but one, these youth can be transferred to adult court. This is another chance for them. This could mean the difference of life in prison or having a job and having a family. That's what we want to do.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you. And I'll reiterate that though I have concerns about some of the language of the bill and the subsequent impact on our juvenile and our adult criminal justice system, I am on the bill as a co-sponsor. I believe that it's important that we get this started. So I support the bill, and I'm looking forward to improving this as we move forward. Thank you.
Chairman Farmer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I call previous question.
Previous question be called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 70, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 624 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Williams, aye. Leatherwood, aye. Grills, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 79, 15 nays, one present, not voted.
Senate Bill 624 and received constitutional majority. Everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that brings the body back to item 57. Item 57, House Bill 521 by Chair Lady Haynes, relative to music therapy. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill's on the desk.
Chair Lady Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 898.
Chair Lady Helen Haynes moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 898, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chair Lady Haynes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 898 on third and final consideration.
Chair Lady Haynes moves passage of Senate Bill 898 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Government Operations Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2, same as Senate Amendment number 2.
Chairman Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 3.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 3, properly seconded. Any discussion on amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee number 3 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chair Lady Haynes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill creates the Professional Music Therapy Advisory Committee of the Board of Examiners in Psychology. It authorizes the committee to issue certificates to qualified applicants, which will be valid for 24 months from the date of issuance. Prohibits a person from representing to be or functioning as a professional music therapist in this state unless the person holds a valid certificate issued by the committee. The reason why this is important is because this is a recognized therapy, and having a state certification program protects the public by making sure only trained professionals are allowed to practice. And with that explanation, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chair Lady Haynes renews her motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me move previous question for the lady.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 898 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take a vote.
Ayes 92, no nays.
Senate Bill 898 having received constitutional majority hereby declared passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1946 by Chairman Howell and others relative to the Ocoee River. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2204.
Chairman Howell moves substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2204, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2204 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 2204 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll this amendment to the heel.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways, and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Agricultural and Natural Resources Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Todd, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill was brought to me, members, by the Ocoee River Rafting Outfitters Association. In 2017, the legislature created the Ocoee River Regional Economic Development Board, and its main purpose is to grow the economic region known as the Ocoee region. One of the primary economic drivers in that rural depressed area is, of course, the rafting on the Ocoee River, and this bill only impacts the Ocoee. This bill allows the board to negotiate or to work with the Parks Service of Tennessee and potentially negotiate with TVA to pay for additional days of water release in order to bring more tourists to the area. It caps the number of outfitters permits issued by the state parks on the river. It recognizes the river as an Olympic river under the State Scenic River Act, and it allows an outfitter with a permit who wishes to retire to sell his business and do so, and in doing so to transfer that permit. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Wright, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question be called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2204 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2204 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declared passed without objection. The motion reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2301 by Chairman Howell and others relative to controlled substances. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2229.
Chairman Howell moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2229, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2229 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Howell moves passage of Senate Bill 2229 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Criminal Justice Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Holsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the same as Senate Amendment number 1. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Howell, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this bill was brought to me by the DA's conference. Traditionally, according to the DAs that I have talked to, juries perceive second-degree murder as the knowing killing of another person with some type of weapon. According to the DAs, many times juries do not perceive the selling of fentanyl and the resultant overdose as a homicide. What this bill does is simply take the language that is in the section of criminal code at 3913-210 and basically does a copy paste and puts it in the drug code in section 3917-417, which addresses the selling of drugs. And according to the DA conference, by adding this language to that code, it will make the prosecution of a dealer who sells fentanyl resulting in a death, much less confusing to a jury and a cleaner prosecution, giving the DAs more discretion in the prosecution of second-degree murder. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Howell renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And quick question, sponsor. Would this bill in any way impact someone if they called about their friend having overdosed or something on fentanyl? Would that increase penalties for them or something like that? I'm concerned about that happening.
Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the question. That is not in the bill. This has to do with the selling of drugs as a dealer.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. And is this dealing with in any particular way, communities that are being disproportionately impacted to learn sort of what's driving the use of fentanyl or these other drugs, or is it just trying to deal with the dealers and not necessarily with the ramifications of why people are using and things like that?
Chairman Howell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does not address that. It simply gives the DA more discretion when prosecuting drug overdoses by drugs that were sold by a drug dealer.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker. And just lastly, is marijuana included in this list of drugs that you're looking to regulate further here?
Chairman Howell.
No, it doesn't.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker, and sponsor for answering the questions.
Representative Moon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2229, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 92, no nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2229 and received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2808 by Chairman Halsey, relative to inmates infected with bloodborne pathogens.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2808 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Halsey moves passage. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Keesling, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to withdraw amendment number 1.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1, filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We move to adopt amendment number 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of committee amendment number 2. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of committee amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Every one of us have county jails in our districts, and each one of them have a financial responsibility to take care of health issues with inmates in your county jail. One of the biggest expenditures is medicine for HIV positive people. And what this bill does, that by the way, that medicine's expensive. So it's over $3,000 a month per inmate. What this bill says is that if any state agency has been dispersing funds and paying for that medicine before somebody gets admitted to the county jail, they'll keep on paying it while they're in the jail. And that's all the bill does. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Halsey renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Burkhart, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question has been called. Any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2808 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, no nays.
House Bill 2808 having received constitutional majority, I declare it passed without objection. Most reconsidered table. Call the next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2797 by Chairman Halsey, relative to the development of housing. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move and substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2182.
Chairman Halsey moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2182. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Halsey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2182 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Halsey moves passage of Senate Bill 2182 on third and final consideration. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 1, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 2, same as Senate Amendment Number 2.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate Amendment 2, move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Halsey, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we voted to help Ford Motor Company in the development in West Tennessee, there is an issue of housing. There's about 1,500 houses, I think, that need to be built there for a workforce to live in. There's over 5,000 people going to move in there. So this is not the final bill. This is just the framework to set it up to allow the state of Tennessee to make loans or grants for infrastructure to get that process started for those houses to move in here. When I say this is not the final product, it's just the framework. Next year, this body will decide how much money you want to put into it and how you want to do it. And those type of rules will be developed by finance and by the comptroller. And that's what this bill does. Sets up the framework for that type of loan process. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman Halsey renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none, any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2182, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, as any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 4 nays.
Senate Bill 21. Excuse me. Senate Bill 2182. Having received constitutional majority, everybody passed without objection. The motion to reconsider is tabled. Call up next bill, Mr. Clark.
House Bill 1855 by Chairman Reagan relative to higher education, research, security. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform with Senate Bill 2095.
Representative Reagan moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 2095 for promotion, properly seconded. Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2095 on third and final consideration.
Representative Reagan moves passage of Senate Bill 2095 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's the same as the Senate amendment, so I move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Reagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill directs all public universities to create an academic research security policy against foreign espionage if they don't already have it. These policies must comply with all legal, regulatory, and contractual requirements. Additionally, universities are directed to make a report to the General Assembly on research security, as well as making their policies available to the public. As amended by the Senate, this bill changes the language slightly so that it can be done with existing personnel and resources, as well as adding the requirement for governing boards to submit a report in compliance to the education committees, to the General Assembly. They must submit compliance to the education committees. Why is this bill necessary? Numerous reports of Chinese government stealing data, technology, and research is the prime reason. In 2019, the U.S. Senate investigation reported that China has immense programs to attract researchers in the West. The largest of these is known as the 10,000 Talents Program. The FBI website program says it incentivizes members to steal foreign technologies needed to advance China's goals. It targets researchers with existing jobs at research institutions and asks them to sign contracts to forbid sharing breakthroughs with anyone but China without their approval. Furthermore, in 2019, the Department of Justice reported that 80% of economic espionage cases involve China. We have a duty to our national security, to our researchers, and our children's future, which is guaranteed by technological excellence. With that explanation, I renew my motion.
Let Journal reflect Representative Butler's excuse. Representative Reagan renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. I think I understand the intent of your legislation is to protect highly sensitive information and research that we do not want co-opted by those who would seek to steal intellectual property and other types of things. That's the way I interpret your legislation, or at least your intent. My question with your legislation is a lot of scientific research and a lot of research is done on open platforms so that scientists in one country can perhaps see developments, found in another country or internationally, and they build upon each other's research to progress scientific data and gather more evidence type things. So in some cases, having an open platform and open research and cross-border research is very helpful and furthers scientific development and the field of research. So will this allow for that still or stifle it? I think I understand your intent, but will this completely prohibit any type of cross-border research with certain countries?
Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer to your question is no, it does not. The University of Tennessee, Knoxville was a prime contributor to this bill. We went through their research. They are the flagship university for research in our state, along with the University of Memphis. This is aimed primarily at their contractual arrangements with government entities, such as University of Tennessee, Knoxville has with Oak Ridge National Labs and some other contractual agencies with the Department of Defense and so forth. They already have some procedures in place, most of these universities across our state. However, that follows that is quite simply, not all of them do, and not all of them to the same degree. The UTK department has offered to serve as a clearinghouse for all of the other universities in our state system, not just the UT system, but all 11 of our state-supported universities.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for that, sponsor. And so from what I understand, you're saying is the University of Tennessee, prior to this legislation, put protections in place, adopted protocols. I certainly understand why ORNL and other related facilities and their research are highly sensitive, and we wouldn't want those being stolen per se, for lack of a better term, maybe the accurate term. But I guess my question is, if the University of Tennessee went and did this on its own initiative, and any other university, which I don't know if they're conducting research as sensitive as what's happening at ORNL or other areas, could they not just go ahead and do this themselves also? Does this provide the specific framework they should use or must use? Why is the legislation absolutely necessary as opposed to letting research universities protect themselves, such as University of Tennessee?
Chairman Clemens. Representative Reagan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The answer straightforwardly is universities in our state in the past that have not engaged in intensive research are beginning to do so. For example, MTSU, which has an active aviation program, is getting into areas where research is important, especially in terms of air traffic control and other systems that they're teaching their students. So they, up till this point in time, did not have research that they felt would be imperiled by this. The University of Tennessee, Knoxville has offered, again, to serve as the touch point for all of the other universities to help them ensure that they're up to the latest standard. Nearly all of our universities that offer doctoral programs have some sort of research going on. I know when I was working on mine at UTK, there are certain paperwork requirements that I had to sign, and that's their intent to protect it. Not all of the universities, though, that had those programs were as protective of that research. That which is published in open sources remains open. There is no intent in this legislation to change that. But where that information, and again, most doctoral students are always looking for somebody to fund their projects that they can write their dissertation on. And when it comes through a grant from the federal government, perhaps one of those agencies that has sensitive information, the requirement then is for the university to have procedures that doctoral candidate, when they do their research, has certain restrictions on where it can go. And this is simply making it the same across our state.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Chairman, just so you know, the Speaker gave you the ultimate compliment a moment ago, but thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2182, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Oh, I'm sorry, on Senate Bill 2095. My bad. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 88, 1 nay, 6 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 2995, having received constitutional majority, hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 393 by Representative Reedy.
Chairman Reedy, at your desk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to hold on the clerk's desk.
Without objection, move to hold on the clerk's desk. So ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2180 by Chairman White and others relative to scholarships for aspiring teachers.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2180 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage. Bobby seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Slater, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Vice Chairman Slater moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 1. Bobby seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt the next amendment. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this bill simply does, last year we passed a bill called the Future Teachers Pilot Program, which is a 5-year pilot program to see if we can encourage more of our young people or students across the state to get a degree in teaching. And this pilot program, 1 year, we've had one person take advantage of it so far because we're asking them, we will pay their junior and senior year of their EPP training to be a teacher if they agree to teach in a rural, distressed, or at-risk county for a number of years. And so what we're doing in this bill, we're adding WGU, Western Governors University, into this bill since they have a virtual program that is fitted really well for our rural communities. And that is one thing that I constantly hear. We have a teacher shortage all over the state, but especially in our rural at-risk communities. So this is an attempt to address that and see if for the next 4 years we can put more young people into the program to be a teacher. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman White renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Bill 2180 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has everyone voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 96, no nays.
Senate Bill 2180, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2559 by Chairman White and others relative to education. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Chairman White, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2593.
Chairman White moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2593. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move past the Senate Bill 2593 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage of Senate Bill 2593 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Vice Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what we're doing here, we have what is known as the Goodwill Excel Center. We have it in Memphis. Did y'all know that we have about 500,000 Tennesseans across the state that do not have a high school diploma? In my community of Shelby County in Memphis, we have about 120,000 that do not have a high school diploma. And so we have an organization called the Excel Center we've been working with about 9 years. I don't know how many of y'all remember Senator Reggie Tate, one of my favorite members of, and I hate that he is no longer here. We started working with this. And what this is, the Excel Center is a place where adults that did not get a chance for one reason or other to finish their high school diploma, they can go back. Without a high school diploma, it's hard to get into the workforce, to get Tennessee Reconnect and many other things. And so one of the issues we had right now, the Excel Center, which contracts with the Memphis Shelby County Schools, current in legislation, they have to wait we're wanting to build more facilities to expand this across Memphis, eventually across our state. But according to law, they don't get TISA funding on a contract school until the second year. Well, we need operational funding the first year. So all this bill does is change where they can draw down TISA funds for these schools in the first year so that we can continue to expand this across not our community, but hopefully in the years to come across the state. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman White renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor, for the explanation. I'm seeing here that you can contract with nonprofits or for-profit agencies. The Excel organization in Memphis, is that a for-profit group? And if they're getting TISA funds, as you're saying, my concern again is public dollars going to private organizations or institutions. So could you elaborate on that?
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you. The Excel Center was formed through the Goodwill Industries, which is nonprofit. And so this is public education. That's why they're under the Memphis Shelby County Schools as a contract school right now.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. But it could be a for-profit entity? I understand that that's not.
Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I don't know the answer to that question because we're working on this specific issue right here to try to expand that. Maybe in the years to come, if that's something that came along, but right now we're just kind of focused on making sure that the Excel Center can continue to expand. In Memphis, well, like I say, I don't know if you know, over on I-240, you see the campus. We want to put one out in North Memphis and then one in Whitehaven to begin to address the a lot of our people who are really wanting to go back and get their diploma.
Representative Pearson.
Right, and I agree with you. But I want, again, the funding, and I'm sure we do, going to a nonprofit in connection or partnership with our LEAs or something like that makes sense to me. But I'm saying in your legislation, I'm looking at, maybe there's a correction here, but if you go to section 1C, it's a local board of education may contract for services with a nonprofit or for-profit entity for the operation and management of an adult high school. Has that been amended out, the for-profit part of this, or the legislative intent that you're articulating is just that it goes to nonprofits, but this would be allowable to for-profits as well?
Chairman White.
Thank you. I'm reading that in the latest amendment 15027 that was added. It does say in section 2, requires the nonprofit or for-profit entity to provide the local board of education with anticipated enrollment of at least 4 months before the adult high school. So that may be an option down the road. We just had to deal with that as we get to there. But right now we're basically dealing with Excel Center, which is a nonprofit.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, and thank you for answering the question intentionally. I support, obviously, Excel and nonprofits that are doing this work and helping to fill this gap of 120,000 people getting access to their high school diploma or GED equivalent. I think that's really important. But I think we want to make sure that public dollars are going to institutions that are not seeking to do this work for profit. And so, because right now in this legislation, even though you've articulated that the intent is that it goes to this nonprofit, the legislation opens that up for somebody or for-profit company to then profit off of doing the work that there are really good nonprofits in our city doing. And so I can't support this legislation for those reasons, for that reason. But if you amended that out, I'd be happy to. But our public dollars need to go to our institutions.
Chairman White.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do agree with you. That's one we've always voted against for-profit charters in this state. We only have nonprofits. So I think we're safe to say that as we move forward with a good thing like this, we'll be safe.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, to keep it in line with that, are you willing to just amend out for-profit entity?
Chairman White.
At this point, I think we've got a good bill here for the Excel Center. We're working on this for a number of years. I would like to move forward with it now. And if it comes back, there is an issue, we can always address that to come. This is already also moved through the Senate.
Representative Pearson.
Okay. We don't support for-profit charter schools and for-profit entities. But then we got legislation here that says for-profit entity. Maybe it's a mishap, a mistake. There's an opportunity to amend it so that it meets the legislative intent that you have and the historical intent of this body. And you're saying not to do that.
Chairman White.
Thank you, and I do appreciate that. At this point, no, because this is something that we've addressed specifically for this. So I'd like to move forward because this is a big issue in our community, and we've been working on this for years. Actually, if you go back with Senator Tate and myself 9 years ago, they almost went out of business because we had to move them from a charter to a contract school, and then the funding, and we've had many things, and we've worked on this for so long. I don't disagree with what you're saying, but I don't think that issue is relevant at this point in time. I would like to see this move forward where we can continue to address those who do not have a high school diploma in our community. And hopefully in the years to come, as we continue to address this across the state.
Any further discussion? Representative Warner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2593, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Brock Martin, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, non-nays, one present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2593, having received constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Most reconsidered taken. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2678 by Chairman White and others relevant to education. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2557.
Chairman White moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2557, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman White.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2557 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage of Senate Bill 2557 on third and final consideration, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call it First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Vice Chairman Slater, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 2, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 2 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 2 filed as House Amendment 3.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 3, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 3 say vote aye. Aye. Say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This particular bill is another one we've been working for a number of years. In 1912, the University of Memphis started what is known as a campus school. Where it was originally had under a different name then. It's where they trained teachers. But since 1912 and 112 years later, I was out visiting a few years ago and found out that this university campus school has the highest proficient rate in reading and other courses all across the state. 87%. This is back during the days of COVID, and when I visited them, and 87% reading proficiency. I asked them, y'all have a model here that needs to be duplicated. Can we duplicate it? Currently, they have been contracting themselves through the Memphis-Shelby County Schools, limited to only 1,050 students. They have a 1,500 student waiting list. And so what we hear is we have a model for the University of Memphis that's been doing this for a long time. And I asked them, can you expand and duplicate this? So what this bill does is create the University of Memphis Innovative School District, which they will be their own LEA, where they can create schools within the Memphis area or where they have a campus, which would also be one in Madison County if they so choose, in working with the community, that they can begin to move this model out to help our young people, especially throughout our community. With that, I renew my motion, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman White renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Vaughn, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 75, 20 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2557 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 80, 18 nays.
Senate Bill 2557 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsidered taken. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2677 by Chairman White and others relative to training for members of county legislative bodies.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of House Bill 2677 on third and final consideration.
Chairman White moves passage, properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 1, properly seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment number 1 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, what this particular bill does, like many of you, I like to, when we're not in session, I like to go around the state and talk to local communities about some issues that concern them. And one thing I found out last fall and last summer was a lot of input I got was our county commissioners. We have a lot of county commissioners come in, and they really, many of them don't know exactly what it means to be a county commissioner. So I was talking to CTAS, the County Technical Advisory Service, and should we require them to have these 8 hours a year of training through CTAS? And so all this bill does is says if you're a county commissioner, once you're elected, you have 120 days. You need to go through 8 hours of training each year through CTAS, which is no charge, so that you can better serve your community. One person commented like they get into there and they don't understand maintenance of effort and everything. And so with that, we drafted this bill, and that's what it does. With that, I renew my motion.
Chairman White renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McKenzie, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we discussed in committee, one thing that I didn't like in it is that it had a dollar amount about how much it was, $500 or $600. And if CTAS goes up, we got to bring additional legislation to compensate the folks. But with that said, it's a great program. I went through it as a sitting county commissioner. It equips people, and I really would love to make an amendment to have us be able to do that. I know we go through the quilling, but to go through some intense training on the rules, the regulations, how to become a state rep. So if you'd be interested, that may be something we could take a look at on in the coming years if we're reelected.
Chairman White.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm a big believer you can't get enough leadership training. And by the way, to answer your question, the Senate does have that amendment to remove that $600. That was an issue over there, so no problem.
Representative Spicky.
Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2677 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 85, 10 nays.
House Bill 2677 having received constitutional majority, everybody declare passed without objection. Most reconsider table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1895 by Chairman Zachary and others relative to abortion. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1971.
Chairman Zachary moves to substitute and form in Senate Bill 1971, probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move passage of Senate Bill 1971 on third and final consideration.
Chairman Zachary moves passage of Senate Bill 1971 on third and final consideration, probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1, filed as House Amendment 2, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 2, filed as House Amendment 3.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to adopt and defer to the sponsor for an explanation.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves adoption of Committee Amendment number 3, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of Committee Amendment number 3 say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopted. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 4, but Chairman Clemens, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe this was timely filed under the rules in our former practice, but this bill would amend this amendment rewrites the bill to establish a person's right to reproductive health care.
You've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 4. All those in favor of considering amendment number 4, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 71 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 4 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 5 by Chairman Clemens. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Chairman Clemens, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I believe this was timely filed, but this rewrites Section 2 of the bill to amend the definition of criminal abortion and addresses the issues of lethal fetal anomalies and takes the health care of the woman and protects the health care of the woman and addresses that lethal fetal anomaly situation and takes that outside of the definition of criminal abortion. With that, I would move for consideration.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 5. All those in favor of considering amendment number 5, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 72 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 5 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 6 by Representative Love. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Love, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. Members, this particular amendment simply states that abortion does not include the use of contraceptives, including a device, medication, biological product, or procedure that's intended for the use of prevention of pregnancy. It also addresses the issue of IVF. And so I would ask members to move for adoption of amendment number 6 by Love.
You heard you've heard the motion, probably second. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 6. All those in favor of considering amendment number 6, vote yes when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 71 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 6 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 7 by Representative Johnson of Knox. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Johnson of Knox, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do believe it was timely filed. This amendment removes from the definition of what constitutes a criminal abortion any abortion that is attempted or performed on a patient who is under the age of 13. The purpose of this amendment is to ensure that the state of Tennessee is not forcing young children to have babies themselves. A child who is under the age of 13 is not old enough to consent to sex, much less take on the physical burden of pregnancy, childbirth, and motherhood. This amendment is in line with the values of Tennesseans who overwhelmingly agree that our children under the age of 13 should not be forced to give birth. They have 2 times the rate of death when carrying a pregnancy to adult women. Re-victimizing victims every day, forcing them to be reminded daily of their rape, and while having no real understanding what's happening to their bodies and the childhood that was stolen from them by their rape.
We're out of time. You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 7. All those in favor of considering amendment number 7, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 71 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 7 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 8 by Representative Bain. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Bain, you're recognized.
This amendment was timely filed, thank you. This amendment would exempt from criminal and civil liability certain trusted adults who are part of a child support network to allow these trusted adults to have a candid and supported conversations. I know that Chairman Terry's amendment included some of this, but I wanted to ensure that also abortion fund helpline volunteers, abortion funds in general, abortion clinic staffs, volunteers, lawyers, and anyone over the age of 18, so long as that person is not forcing the minor to obtain abortion against their will, are included in the definition of trusted adults. I move for the amendment to be considered.
For the motion, probably seconded, we're voting for consideration of amendment number 8. All those in favor of considering amendment number 8, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 23, 73 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 8 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Amendment 9 by Representative Mitchell. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Mitchell, you recognize.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think a week would be a timely filed amendment, which this was, but this amendment's creating an exception for survivors of rape and incest, victims of aggravated rape, statutory rape, rape of a child, aggravated rape of a child, statutory rape by an authority figure, especially aggravated rape, and especially aggravated rape of a child or incest. This amendment gives survivors of rape and incest the freedom to decide their own futures, to not compel any survivor to have an abortion, but would create a narrow exception so that survivors could access lawful abortion care after experience of abuse is what they determine is the right course for them in the aftermath of such trauma. We've heard a lot last few days about victims of child rape. Here's your chance to vote to protect them, or you can have them give their rapist babies,
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 9. All those in favor of considering amendment number 9, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 26, 70 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 9 fails. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 10 by Representative Bain. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Bain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wasn't going to file this amendment, but every single chance this body has had to pass exemptions for children who have been raped have failed. So you know what? I filed this amendment. It's going to rename this bill Tennessee Forcing Babies to Have Babies Act, because that's exactly what this legislation will do, as well as us voting in one of the most extreme abortion ban in this country. So in the spirit of transparency, I bring this amendment so that all Tennesseans and General Assembly members can understand what we are doing and passing this bill today. Thank you. I move to consider this amendment.
You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 10. All those in favor of considering amendment number 10, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 22, 74 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 10 failed. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Amendment 11 by Representative Bain. Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Bain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tennessee is third in the country for maternal mortality and pregnancy criminalization, and pregnant Tennesseans deserve so much more than what they're getting from this legislature. This amendment merely requires that the state meet the basic needs of all Tennessee families: a maternal and infant mortality rate of 0, access to contraception and fertility care, access to clean water and healthy food, access to housing, education, a universal basic income and childcare, and freedom from discrimination before the law can go into effect. Tennessee families need real support, not legislative grandstanding that endangers our kids. And with that, I move to consider this amendment. Thanks.
You've heard the motion, properly seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 11. All those in favor of considering amendment number 11, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 24, 74 nays.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having failed to receive the necessary 2/3 vote, the motion to consider amendment number 11 fails. Call the next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Chairman Zachary, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this piece of legislation protects parental rights by prohibiting an adult who is not a guardian or parent of a minor from facilitating abortion for that minor. It's important to remember as we begin discussion on this bill, we are not relitigating abortion. That issue has already been settled in Tennessee, fortunately, and thankfully, since Roe v. Wade was overturned over a year and a half ago, 17,000 babies have been saved in Tennessee since that happened. So again, much conversation was made on a bill earlier today about parental rights. So I look forward to the support of the body when we discuss reinforcing those parental rights in this piece of legislation. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Chairman Zachary renews his motion. Discussion on the bill. Representative Bain, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the only child-rearing woman in this body, so here's the thing. I have come to this body. I have tried to pass legislation to eliminate the grocery tax, to ensure that veterans have access to basic needs.
Representative Bain, we're not here to discuss you. We're here to discuss this bill. If you want to stay on the bill, we can. Representative Bain, you're recognized.
This is relevant.
No, well, Representative Bain, those bills were not relevant to this bill. You're on this bill. Representative Bain, you're recognized.
This bill is a direct attack on me, on my family, on my friends, on my network that support Tennesseans who are pregnant and vulnerable minors that need access to care, to go across state lines and receive the necessary care. Is this a joke? Is this funny to you? Seriously. It's not funny. And every time you've presented this bill, you've been smug, and I don't appreciate it.
Representative Garrett objected. Representative Garrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under Rule 19, it's a violation of disparaging the member in the well by Representative Bain. So I move for a violation that she's out of order under Rule 19 for disparaging a member as they're proceeding in the well.
That's proper motion, probably seconded. Is there objection? There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor, vote aye. All those for Representative Bain to continue speaking, vote no. Well, Chairman Clemens, you got to come up here. I appreciate you going to the desk. Yes, sir. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary inquiry is a statement of fact made on the floor, a violation of Rule 19. The member has been called to order. This body is about to determine whether that was a violation, whether what was said is a violation or not.
All right, so we're on the board. Let me rephrase what you're voting on. We're voting hang on, leader. If you vote aye, you're voting for representative to continue speaking. If you vote no, you're voting for her to discontinue speaking. Mr. Clerk, take the vote. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 33, 60 nays.
Representative Moody, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to the sponsor, I want to thank you for bringing this legislation. I'm a mom of 4 children, and even in Tennessee, our minors are not allowed by law to get a tattoo or piercing. And so I, of course, wholeheartedly support that, and I will be happy to support this bill. But Mr. Sponsor, I would like to ask you, could you explain in the bill where it talks about an adult recruiting these minors? Could you explain what that would look like, please?
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I will give the body just a brief explanation of my smugness as that's how it was determined. Leader Lamberth asked me if I wanted some water that he had previously drank out of, and I laughed and I said no. So that was the reason. It was not a smugness representative. So my sincere apologies. Thank you for the question. Members, again, it is important to remember that this is a parental rights bill. 9 years ago, when I was elected to this body, I would have never thought we would have to pass legislation like this to protect the rights of parents and their children. We've reached a point now where children are being recruited, Missouri specifically, where the AG just filed suit against Planned Parenthood for recruiting children. There's a video, you can Google the video, Google the story, of recruiting children to take them across state lines to abort their babies, to kill their babies in utero. And unfortunately, there's even a member of this body that recently tweeted out, "I welcome the opportunity to take a young person out of state who wants to have an abortion, even if it lands me in jail." And so answering the question of recruitment, I'm answering the question of recruitment. Representative, that is what recruitment looks like. And for those of us who are parents, the thought, I no longer have minor children, but the thought of any adult taking my child for a medical procedure. If we think about this, my wife's a teacher. Last year, she could not take a child who was 16 to get their arm treated. It was broken. They had to wait for the parent to sign. You are not allowed as an adult who is not the parent or guardian of a minor to take them to the hospital and sign off on any procedure. Now, there are exceptions in code, and I'll read these out to you. Emergency treatment of a minor, which is 63-6-222. That's listed in code. You can go there and look at the exceptions to that. But again, a few years ago, we would have thought ludicrous that that adults would be taking children across state to get abortions at their most vulnerable time. They would be taking children across state lines to transition their gender. Those kind of things are completely out of bounds. And again, this piece of legislation reinforces parental rights by simply saying that if you are not the parent or guardian of a minor, you cannot facilitate an abortion for that child. It's that simple for the bill. Again, we're not litigating abortion. We've already done that. That's already settled in this body. This is about parental rights. And I find it amazing that on a bill earlier, there was all this yelling and screaming about parental rights. And here we are getting ready to look at a parental rights bill and vote on a parental rights bill, and there's objection. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, yesterday, in talking about life and talking about this bill, there was much made on this House floor about the protection of life for a child, for someone who rapes a child. Much talk about the protection of life. And here we are, again, with significant opposition to a bill that reinforces a parent's right to do what's best for their child. And this piece of legislation, it does provide an exception. It does say that if a parent signs off, then that child can get an abortion. I hate that, but it's in the bill. That, Mr. Speaker, our new motion.
Representative Johnson of Knox.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I would love to think that every parent and had good intentions. But what about the child? And I always speak up to this because that was the experience I had working with the kids that I worked with for those years. They were the kids that had been abused or had problems. And a lot of times it was within their families. But what about the young girl who is pregnant with her father's baby and mother covers for it? Who is that child going to go to? There are just too many situations, especially when that child is too embarrassed or ashamed to do something. We cannot always count on parents doing the right thing. And you can come up with anecdotally some oh, well, they could ask for this or they could ask for this. But the reality is, it is incredibly difficult. And instead, this is doing nothing to protect children. This is actually harming children. Children understand who a trusted adult is. And sadly, sometimes it is not their parent. I thought you appeared to have an answer to something I said or to correct something I said, so I was just kind of waiting for that. I don't have a direct question, but my concern is for that child that has no one in their family that they can trust with something like this.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My concern is for the child. My concern is also for the child that's in utero. And the legislation that you have in front of you ensures that parents can make the best decision for their children. And in those exceptions of abuse, in those exceptions of incest, which is covered in 3710-304, 3710-305, that speaks specifically to incest, it speaks specifically to medical emergencies. And again, 63-6-222 speaks to emergency treatment of a minor. 63-6-222 treats to the prenatal care that can be provided for a minor. And then there's also the section in 37, TCA 37, about guardians and parents' rights being revoked in the case of an emergency. This piece of legislation is critically important because, again, the recruitment and transporting of a minor to facilitate an abortion is happening in our state. And Speaker and members, I wasn't going to share this, but I will. So I had direct involvement in a situation about 1.5 years ago where a dad called me and said, my 14-year-old daughter who is pregnant has been taken by what we assumed was a trusted adult. They've been taken to Memphis. We just got a call from our doctor and they're about to take her across state lines to get an abortion. And because of that, a mother was on the phone crying. I've been directly involved in one of these situations. They had a trusted adult, what they had deemed was a trusted adult, which is exactly what you asked about, was a trusted adult. They deemed and had a trusted adult who they thought they could trust take their child without their permission to Memphis and take them across state lines for an abortion. I did everything I could. I even called the governor to try to intervene on behalf of this. The parents crying on the phone and we could not stop it. Now you could get into, is this aggravated kidnapping and some of those things. But I've been directly involved in one of those situations. And it's abhorrent that this would happen. It's happening in Missouri. It's happening in other states. And we in the state of Tennessee can take a step to stop it with this particular piece of legislation. This protects the minor and it protects the child they're carrying. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Johnson.
It doesn't always protect the child, and I'm talking about those instances, and you like to say that these parents can make the decision, but the reality is is anybody going to know it's incest? Because the child's not going to report to the parents. They're going to talk to a person they can trust. The parents are not going to know. And this happens way more.
Chairman Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, another point that I'll make that is something I had not really thought about until recently, and I had these statistics sent to me by Live Action. So a couple of weeks ago, we passed a sex trafficking bill, and when this particular piece of legislation was put on notice and came up for this week, I had a group, Live Action, send me some statistics related to sex trafficking. Survivors were forced to have an abortion of sex trafficking survivors are forced to have an abortion 52% of the time, and it typically involves the person who is the perpetrator of that taking them across state lines. And that's according to survivors, and that's a statistic according to Live Action. So I just point that out to, again, reference the scourge of sex trafficking, which we addressed last week, but just the preying on minors. Again, these are minors that we're talking about, are preying on minors by these sex traffickers, again, who is not the parent or guardian of the child. And so this particular piece of legislation will, again, do what we need to do to reinforce parental rights. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 22 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1971 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member casts their vote, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 74, 24 nays.
Senate Bill 1971 having received constitutional majority, hereby declared passed without objection. The motion considers table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2173 by Representative Alexander and others relative to funerals. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to SB 2578.
Representative Alexander moves substitute conform to Senate Bill 2578. Probably second without objection. So ordered. Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of SB 2578.
Representative Alexander moves passage of Senate Bill 2578 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Commerce Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Vaughn, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
House Finance Ways and Means Committee Amendment number 1 filed as House Amendment 2.
Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 2 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Alexander, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill does two things. It changes the pre-need funeral consumer protection account name to be called Pre-Need Funeral State Administrative Fund. It also changes the amount that we collect from $20 to $10. And that is all this bill does. I renew my motion.
Representative Alexander renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell, you're recognized.
Thank you. Just a question for the sponsor to clarify. So this bill does not do anything or delete the indigent burial fund. Is that correct?
Representative Alexander.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is correct. It was never an indigent fund. It just changes and puts in a proper name.
Representative Powell.
Thank you.
Representative Carr, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, all those in favor of Senate Bill 2578 as amended vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 2 nays, 3 present on voting.
Senate Bill 2578 having received constitutional majority, hereby declared passed without objection. The most considers table. Next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2031 by Representative Barrett and others relative to obstruction of a passageway. Mr. Speaker, Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2570.
Representative Barrett moves substitute and conform Senate Bill 2570. Properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Barrett. Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill as amended creates a private right of action for citizens to recover compensatory damages from the loss or injury that they incur as a result of any intentional blocking of a highway, passageway, or bridge. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I stand ready for questions. I move passage on third and final consideration.
Representative Barrett moves passage of Senate Bill 2570 on third and final consideration. Properly seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Finance, Ways and Means Committee Amendment Number 1.
Shirley Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as the Senate amendment. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Barrett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Having already explained the bill, I renew my motion.
Representative Barrett renews motion. Representative Pearson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Speaker. And sponsor, would this impact people who are exercising their right to demonstrate, particularly on freeways or these public ways?
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Representative. This bill applies to any intentional blocking of a highway, freeway, street, passageway, bridge that is unauthorized and unlicensed.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, so if you do it unintentionally, this would not apply.
Representative Barrett.
That's correct. In the body of the bill, it says intentional.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you. And I see Dwayne. And how is the intentionality sort of being decided? Who's making that decision?
Representative Barrett.
That'd be a decision for the court.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, Speaker and sponsor. I'm concerned with this legislation, particularly because in more than a couple instances in our district, in District 86, we've had people who are protesting for their rights. In fact, maybe it was King who said the right to protest for rights is something that's fundamental to our democratic experiment. And so the fact that we'd be potentially criminalizing people or opening them up to some criminal action or civil action does not seem to be in line with the very values that many of us attempt to espouse. And for those constituents who speak up and advocate about ending police brutality after individuals in our community have been killed, or advocating that we do something about a humanitarian crisis that's happening in Gaza, it causes some disruption, yes, to the streets or to the freeways, a temporary disruption oftentimes, but the cause that people are advocating about, that they are lifting up, demands such actions. And I would think that our responsibility is not toward the abridging of those individuals' rights, because I think this legislation, unfortunately, is going to be implemented in a way and is going to be seen to harm people who are doing otherwise peaceful demonstrations. They are going to be turned into criminals with this legislation. Like, how are you justifying the fact that so many people throughout the history of this country have had to use civil disobedience in order to be heard, in order to be seen? I think about my ancestors who marched on Selma and on Bloody Sunday, that sometimes civil disobedience is the only prerequisite toward the institutions and the people in positions of power actually listening to their voices. How are you reconciling that with legislation that turns people who are doing peaceful demonstrations into criminals?
Representative Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, you're right. Your district has had issues in recent months that this legislation would address. And the issue is, first of all, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding that this is already a criminal act. This law that I'm changing, that I'm amending, already makes it a Class A misdemeanor. So people that do the types of things that you're talking about without authorization, without a license to do so, that are intentionally blocking highways, roadways, streets, access to airports, access to hospitals, bridges over the Mississippi River, whatever the case may be, they're already committing a crime. But unfortunately, not every district attorney is willing to prosecute people. And so folks
that are citizens of this state are injured by these actions. There are people that can't get to the hospital because the only bridge across the river that gets them to the access to the hospitals that they need, even in my own district, there's a hospital that you have to cross the Duck River to get to. And if there was an intentional blocking of that bridge, it would put thousands of people in my district at risk of harm, at risk of loss of life. And so there is a limit to our First Amendment right. And that First Amendment right, when it puts other people at risk and it puts other people in danger and it causes actual damages, then yes, they should be subject to not only prosecution, but should be subject to paying for the damages that they cause.
Representative Pearson.
Thank you, and I appreciate that there's some limits you mentioned, at least on the First Amendment, and I hope those same limits exist for you in your mind on the Second Amendment too, but I haven't seen that yet. This legislation, I believe, is harmful. It is anti-democratic. It's anti what we believe people's rights to be, to protest, and so I ask everyone to vote against this.
Representative Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to ask a few things similar to Representative Pearson, but maybe from a different standpoint. First of all, do you have any ideas? I mean, when you were writing the bill, surely you had some ideas on what were the real what are typical problems that would cause a person to be convicted of this and should be convicted of a felony versus a misdemeanor?
Representative Barrett.
Well, first of all, Representative, just to clarify, the bill has been amended. It does not change the crime to a felony. It leaves the misdemeanor, Class A misdemeanor in place. As amended, all this bill does is allow a private right of action.
Representative Thompson.
Okay, so this bill, and again, maybe I'm not looking at the right part of the bill, but it does not change the violation to a felony?
Representative Barrett.
That is correct. We amended the bill to take that out.
Representative Thompson.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to look at this bill. It's I definitely think that it's a penalty. Somebody should have some legal penalty against this, against this offense. But they should not be to the point where they have to, it would affect them in future years too. Thank you.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. To the sponsor, the private action, is that reserved for those who are against, those who are actually convicted, charged? Does it matter one way or the other?
Representative Barrett.
No, Representative, a conviction is not required. It is simply a violation of subdivision A1 of the Act.
Representative Hardaway.
Of course, we've had discussions. I don't support the bill, but thank you for that clarification.
Representative Fritz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Seeing none, we are voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2570, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does anyone wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 73, 22 nays, 2 present, not voted.
Senate Bill 2570, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most reconsidered table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1908 by Representative Bolso, relative to therapy dogs in schools. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Bolso, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1867.
Representative Bolso moves to substitute and conform Senate Bill 1867, properly seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1867 on third and final consideration.
Representative Bolso moves passage of Senate Bill 1867 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Education Administration Committee Amendment Number 1, same as Senate Amendment Number 1.
Chairman White, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Same as Senate amendment. I move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment Number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Bolso, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a bill that initiates a pilot program with regard to therapy dogs. It provides for 5 therapy dogs to be placed in public schools across each of our 3 grand divisions in Tennessee. It builds on a therapy dog program that we have in Williamson County that has been particularly effective in raising the spirits of students and also addressing issues such as anxiety or other emotional issues that some students have. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Bolso renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative McCalman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my friend from the northern part of Williamson County, thank you for bringing this bill. This is a great bill, and I got to see it happen at the Franklin Special School District. It's been very successful there, so I just wanted to commend you for bringing it, say thank you, and appreciate it.
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative McCalman, for your remarks. It's all due to our wonderful Sheriff's Department in Williamson County. Our Deputy Sheriff Jacob Morley is in charge of the therapy dog Bolo. He does wonderful work at Edmondson Pike Elementary and other schools. So thank you.
Representative Powell.
Thank you. And I rise and actually in favor of this bill. Appreciate you bringing it. Just one question. Are there any limitations if the dogs are related?
Representative Bolso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, the dog that's in use in Williamson County is an Italian truffle dog, and my preference would be that all these dogs be Italian, but that's not a requirement.
Representative Travis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? Hearing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1867 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 95, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1867, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare passed without objection. The most for serious table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1807 by Representative Butler.
Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this bill and item number 74 be rolled to the heel of today's calendar successively. The current calendar, the calendar that we are on.
Correct. Without objection. So ordered. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2054 by Representative Eldridge relative to property taxes.
Representative Eldridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to passage of House Bill 2054 on third and final consideration.
Representative Eldridge moves passage. Probably second. Ms. Clerk, call up First Amendment.
House Local Government Committee Amendment Number 1.
Chairman Crawford, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to adopt and defer the sponsor for further explanation.
Chairman Crawford moves adoption of Committee Amendment Number 1. Probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. All those in favor of Committee Amendment Number 1 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. You adopt. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Eldridge, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tennessee Greenbelt law allows farm and forest property to be taxed based on how the property is being used rather than by the current market value. In 1984, the law was amended and a cap of 1,500 acres was set. Any farm that exceeded the 1,500 acres was grandfathered in at that time. Almost 40 years later, more and more farms have grown beyond the cap, putting our farmers in Tennessee at a disadvantage when competing against farmers in neighboring states due to having to pay higher property tax on any acreage over the cap. The only state that touches Tennessee that has a cap is Georgia, and theirs is set at 2,000 acres. This bill would raise the cap to 3,000 acres to help our farmers in Tennessee be more competitive in the marketplace and also help preserve our farmland, which we are losing at an alarming rate. With that, Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Eldridge renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Shaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sponsor yield.
He does.
Sponsor, we've had our conversation about this, and I really would like to support your bill, but due to the fact that it is going to raise taxes, going to shift taxes, I shouldn't say raise them, let me be clear. But for those who will save, the taxes have got to come from someplace else. And I don't feel like that's fair to my citizens. Just for the record, I just want to say I can't support this because I don't want some of the citizens in Hardeman County to have to pay for other citizens. I think everybody should pay their reasonable portion of taxes. I appreciate you bringing the legislation, but for that reason, I can't support it. I just want to say that.
Representative Eldridge.
Thank you, Representative Shaw, and I do understand that. There is one thing, there's a provision in the law that says if that farmland is sold, there's a 3-year rollback that can collect taxes on that property based on its market value versus what they had been charging on its use value. So they could claw back 3 years on taxes if any property was sold or if it was ceased being a farm.
Representative Shaw.
Well, thank you for that explanation. I appreciate that, but under the conditions, I would abstain, and I thank you and appreciate it.
Representative Grills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move previous question.
Previous question being called. Is there objection? All right. We're on the board. All those in favor of previous question, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Barrett, aye. Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 71, 17 nays.
Previous question prevails. We're voting. All those in favor of House Bill 2054 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 77, 17 nays, 1 present not voting.
House Bill 2054 having received a constitutional majority, hereby declare passed by objection. Most reconsider this table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2405 by Representative Freeman and others relative to social work licensure compact. Mr. Speaker, Senate bills on the desk.
Representative Freeman, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute conform to Senate Bill 2134.
Representative Freeman moves to substitute conform to Senate Bill 2134. Probably seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Freeman, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2134 on third and final consideration.
Representative Freeman moves passage of Senate Bill 2134 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Ms. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House Health Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Terry, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move to withdraw.
Without objection, Amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Freeman, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill enacts the social work licensure compact. And with that, stand ready to answer any questions.
Representative
Renew my
Todd.
motion.
Representative Todd, you recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to roll this to the heel of this calendar.
That's the proper motion, probably seconded. There's objection. We're on the board. All those in favor? All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Ms. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 60, 25 nays.
Without objection, roll to the hill. Call next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 1727 by Representative Gant relative to child endangerment.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1587.
Representative Gant moves to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 1587 without objection. So ordered, Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 1587 on third and final considerations.
Representative Gant moves passage of Senate Bill 1587 on third and final consideration. Probably second. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, no amendments filed.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This expands the offense of child endangerment to include a parent or guardian who knowingly leaves their child under the care or supervision of a person who is required to register as a sexual offender. Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Gant renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Pearson, you recognize.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, sponsor, for the legislation. Just one question. I mean, my challenge is the responsibility of knowing, like how would you know that this person is registered? Are you like checking online everybody who comes to your house or to the cookout or event? I'm just concerned about potentially punishing parents out of ignorance. And I don't know, and I read this about the knowingly, right? Like how that's being determined, but who ultimately will be determining that to actually address sort of this issue or this concern that you have?
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We'll leave that up to the district attorneys to cipher that.
Representative Pearson.
But this is a law you're seeking to pass. And so some clarity about your intention would be really helpful as well, because the district attorneys aren't in here, and we're now writing legislation that, to your point, they'd have to somehow prosecute. And I'm trying to get an understanding of how you are thinking about culpability and responsibility, because of course, no one wants their child to be in the presence of sexual offenders who have committed heinous crimes or things like that. But I also don't think we want to penalize parents where they may not have known. And so the determination that you've written inside of here that you're knowingly doing this, like what is that threshold? What does that mean for our constituents?
Representative Gant.
Mr. Speaker, I renew my motion.
Representative Pearson.
Okay, here's the concern, sponsor, because you got a legislation that I do like, I think, coming up. But this is not good legislating, and this is not good dialogue, and this is not what should be acceptable from someone who calls themselves a representative of this House. By not answering the question, you're preventing me from being of best service to my district related to whether I vote for or against, support or not support the legislation. And what I have seen from other colleagues who I disagree with on just about everything they've tried to answer the question, phoned a friend to answer the question, done things to try and get to a result so that we could make an informed decision. Because that's ultimately the goal, that we are able to pass laws rooted in facts that help us to make an informed decision. Without answering the question or ignoring the question in its entirety, you prevent that from happening. And that's unhelpful, and that is wrong. And if you do not know what your legislation says, its intention, or where the culpability of what knowingly means lies, when we're going to pass legislation that could lead to people having severe penalties and severe changes to their lives, I don't think you should bring it. If you can't answer any questions, don't bring the legislation, because I'm trying to get a better understanding of what your goal was, your intention was with the legislation that's got your name on it. And you're saying you renew your motion. I think that's disrespectful, and that's disingenuous to the dialogue that we're trying to have. Colleagues, my concern with this legislation is that it is, again, penalizing or potentially penalizing parents for something that they do not have an understanding of, that they may be penalized. It says knowingly, and now we don't even know what that means because the sponsor doesn't know, despite the fact that it's in his legislation. And so this is a bill that could have some serious ramifications that we're seeking to get passed without understanding all that could potentially happen. And so, sponsor, I'm very disappointed in you in this interaction. And I do hope that in your next bill and in future bills, my colleagues will engage in conversation, not allow and not disallow the conversation to happen or call the question because members don't want to answer questions. That's just not what a representative should do or in this setting. Thank you, Speaker and sponsor.
Thank you. Representative McCalman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and sponsor. Thank you for bringing this legislation. Unfortunately, we live in a world where this does happen. It shouldn't happen, but it does. And I appreciate what you're doing to bring some semblance of punishment to people who don't care enough about their kids to leave them with the worst examples of humanity possible. So thank you very much for bringing this bill. I think it's necessary. Wish it didn't happen in today's day, but it does. Thank you for bringing this bill, sir.
Speaker Pro Tem Marsh.
Call previous question.
Previous question been called. Is there objection? Hearing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1587 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 86, 4 nays, 4 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 1587 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. Call up next bill, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2845 by Representative Gant and others relative to alcohol. Mr. Speaker, the Senate bill is on the desk.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to substitute and conform to Senate Bill 2636.
Representative Gant, move to substitute and form Senate Bill 2636 by seconded without objection. So ordered. Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2636 on third and final consideration.
Representative Gant moves passage of Senate Bill 2636 on third and final consideration by seconded. Mr. Clerk, call First Amendment.
House State Government Committee Amendment number 1, same as Senate Amendment number 1.
Chairman Kiesling, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Amendment 1 is the same as the Senate amendment when we move to withdraw.
Without objection, amendment number 1 withdrawn. Next amendment, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, no further amendments.
Representative Gant, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the legislation that is tagged as the Tennessee Prevention of Drunk Driving Act, and it has 5 parts that work together to study the DUI problem and find solutions, educate the public and policymakers on the level of excessive alcohol use in Tennessee, deter overconsumption and underage drinking at licensed establishments across the state. And Mr. Speaker, before I detail what each section does, let me describe the magnitude of the DUI problem that we have here in the state of Tennessee. Tennessee law enforcement arrested nearly 18,000 people for drunk driving here in Tennessee. 7,297 alcohol-related road crashes in the state. 292 fatal drunk driving crashes in Tennessee. 1/3 of all road fatalities were caused by alcohol. 1 in 2 DUI crashes resulted in injury or death. DUIs cost Tennessee $849,586,400 last year. And it's estimated that the first-time DUI offender has driven drunk at least 30 to 50 times before he is caught. And impaired driving is destroying families, and we have to do better as a state. Law enforcement across the state are doing everything they can, but they need help in solving this problem. And this bill has 5 sections that establishes a task force ad hoc committee by the Speaker and Lieutenant Governor to study this alcohol abuse that we're seeing across our state. It also requires law enforcement to notify the TABC of any alcohol-related road deaths within 48 hours. It requires the TABC to issue a report to the General Assembly every 2 years on key data points related to excessive alcohol use in Tennessee. And the 4th part is it increases the alcohol continued education from 5 years to every 2 years, and it requires the Highway Safety Office Impaired Driving Advisory Council, known as IDAC, to submit reports and recommendations by December 1st of each year. And Mr. Speaker, I move passage.
Representative Gant renews his motion. Any discussion on the bill? Representative Powell.
Thank you, and I appreciate the explanation. And Representative, I asked you this in committee, and I just told you I'd ask you this on the floor just to clarify, because I've still gotten emails and people that saw this bill when it was first introduced. This now is amended, has nothing to do with banning cold beer. Is that correct?
Representative Gant.
Yes, that is correct. And where that came from was the idea was related to if you go into a convenience store, the cold beverages that you see, the single serve large container, high alcohol content that they have sitting on ice right there at the checkout. We know those are not making it to the living room to watch the football game. So that's where that idea came from. It was not to limit the law-abiding citizens to go to the convenience store and get a 12-pack, 24-pack, and take that home responsibly and drink it. Law enforcement will tell you they see these high alcohol, large volume containers in the vehicles when they pull these offenders over for DUIs, and that's where that legislation came from. And unfortunately, the media did not relay it in that fashion, but now you know the truth.
Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, sponsor. As I've shared with you before, my best friend, Gregory Boyd, was killed these many years ago. And I thank you for by a head-on crash with the drunk driver. So I'm with you every step of the way in terms of preventing drunk driving, driving under the influence, so that we can save lives. It's not enough to punish after the fact. The work that you're doing to prevent DUIs, to prevent those folks from getting on the highways. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Representative Gant.
Thank you, Representative Hardaway. I appreciate your support.
Representative Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Gant. I want to thank you for the depth of knowledge that you've brought to this piece of legislation, the understanding of the legislative process and what it takes to actually get a bill to the well and to pass it and to work with our colleagues. As you heard, there were some concerns about that earlier. There was some misinformation that came out about it being a certain product. But again, you understood the legislative process, the depth of knowledge that you have about this and all the issues that you bring to the well. Thank you very much, Representative Gant. I appreciate your work. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chairman Crawford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move previous question.
Previous question been called. Any objection? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2636, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. As every member voted, does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 94, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate Bill 2636 having received a constitutional majority, everybody declare passed by objection. Most reconsider table. All right. Representative Hell, you're recognized for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the rules be suspended for immediate introduction and consideration of H.R. 167.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
House Resolution 167, Representative Hale and others, a resolution to recognize Canoe the Caney and JB's Watercraft on the occasion of its 25th anniversary.
You heard the caption. Is there any objection? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Representative Hale, you're recognized.
I move adoption of H.R. 167.
Representative Hale moves adoption of House Resolution 167, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of House Resolution 167 say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare it adopted without objection. Most research table. Lear Lambert. For what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up the message calendar 1 at this time. No.
Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I was one step ahead. Before we do that, I move that we continue today's calendar tomorrow morning at 9 a.m.
Proper motion, Bobby seconded. Without objection. So ordered. Lear Lambert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to take up House Message Calendar 1 at this time.
Proper motion, Bobby seconded. Without objection. So ordered. Mr. Clerk, call it first message.
Senate Bill 2151 by Representative Carringer relative to public health. Mr. Speaker, on April 18, 2024, the House appointed a conference committee.
Representative Carringer, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So the only change in this, we're going to conform to the Senate. The only change was that we just took the age limit out. And so we moved to adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House.
Representative Carringer moves to adopt the conference committee report and make it the action of the House. Any discussion? Representative Shaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you appointed me as one of the conference committee members, and I was told that I would be notified when the conference would meet, but I never was notified. So I cannot support this because I was not a part of the conference committee, never notified to be a part of it. I just want to make that statement. So I would be against whatever was decided. Someone brought me a form later on and said, this is what the conference committee has decided. Will you sign it? And I said no, because I was not in that committee. And I just want to make that clear. So I can't support the legislation because I don't know what was decided other than what I'm reading.
All right. Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, sponsor, this is about dealing with allegations of misrepresentation or coercion for vaccinations by healthcare providers. Is that correct?
Representative Carringer.
That's correct.
Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can you explain specifically, you had refused to recede from our action, and can you explain where, what change was made in comparison to why you refused to concede or recede?
Representative Carringer.
And so what we decided to and took out was the vaccination was taken up from 2 and under. So we just removed the age out of that. The basis of the bill is that no one in the medical field should coerce anyone into having any medical treatments. So that's what the bill is, and we just removed the age as the Senate had passed it that way.
Chairman Clemens.
All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? Seeing none. Representative Carringer. Nope. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of the conference committee report vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Aye, 69, 24 nays, 1 present, not voting.
Conference committee report, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare adopted and made the action of the House without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
House Bill 2326 by Chairman Hicks relative to education. Mr. Speaker, on April 22nd, 2024, the Senate refused to recede from its adoption of Senate Amendment 2.
Chairman Hicks, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to refuse to recede from our action non-recurring in Senate Amendment number 2, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with a like committee from the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies.
Chairman Hicks moves to refuse to receive from our action and non-concurring Senate Amendment number 2, and that a conference committee be appointed to confer with the like committee of the Senate to resolve the differences between the two bodies. Properly seconded. Without objection, the motion carries. I appoint the following members to the conference committee: Representative Hicks of Hawkins, Representative Haston, Representative White, and Representative Parkinson. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 2844 by Chairman Doggett relative to expunction. Mr. Speaker, on April 16, 2024, the House substituted Senate Bill 2844 for House Bill 2866, adopted Amendment 2, and passed Senate Bill 2844 as amended.
Representative Doggett, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider our action on Senate Bill 2844.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our action on Senate Bill 2844.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move passage of Senate Bill 2844 on third and final consideration.
Representative Doggett moves passage of Senate Bill 2844. Probably seconded. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to reconsider our actions on Amendment number 2.
Without objection, so ordered. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to withdraw Amendment number 2.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Doggett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion.
Representative Doggett renews his motion. Any discussion? Seeing none. Any objection? Seeing none. We're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 2844 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 89, 6 nays.
Senate Bill 2844, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. The motion reconsiders table. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, that completes that message calendar. However, we have some new messages on the desk from the Senate. First one, House Bill 2954, where Representative Hardaway relative to insurance coverage for prostate cancer screenings. Mr. Speaker, the Senate substituted the Senate bill on the same subject amended and passed by the Senate.
Representative Hardaway, you're recognized. Representative Hardaway.
Thank you, Speaker. The Senate put some clarifying language in. Essentially, I can reduce the change by reading one line. A health benefit plan shall provide, upon the recommendation of a physician, coverage for the early detection of prostate cancer. It just took some of the gobbledygook and reduced it to simple language.
What would you like to do with that small change, Representative Hardaway?
Mr. Speaker, I would love for the body to join me in concurring in Senate Amendment number 2.
Representative Hardaway moves to concur in Senate Amendment number 2, probably seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor of Senate Amendment number 2 vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change the vote? Take the vote, Mr. Clerk.
Ayes 94, 1 nay, 1 present, not voting.
Senate number 2, having received a constitutional majority, I declare it concurred in without objection. Most reconsider table. Let the journal reflect. Representative Hell is excused. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Bill 1844, by Chairman Holsclaw, message from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I'm directed to return Senate Bill 1844 for further consideration.
Representative Holsclaw, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to lift from the table the motion to reconsider our actions in passing Senate Bill 1844.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Holtzclaw.
I move to reconsider our actions on Senate Bill 1844.
Without objection, so ordered. Representative Holtzclaw.
I move passage of Senate Bill 1844 on third and final consideration.
Representative Holtzclaw moves passage of Senate Bill 1844. Probably seconded. Mr. Clerk, call up the next amendment.
Mr. Speaker, House Amendment 3 by Chairman Holtzclaw, Mr. Speaker, was not timely filed.
Representative Holtzclaw.
I move adoption of amendment number 3 or consideration.
All right. You've heard the motion, probably seconded. We're voting for consideration of amendment number 3. All those in favor of considering amendment number 3, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 91, 5 nays, 1 present, non voting.
In accordance with Rule 60B, having received the necessary two-thirds vote, the motion to consider amendment number 3 prevails. Representative Holtzclaw, you recognize.
I move adoption of amendment number 3.
Gentleman moves adoption of amendment number 3. Probably seconded. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 73, 16 nays, 7 present, non voting.
Receiving the Constitution majority, amendment number 3 is adopted. Representative Holtzclaw.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I renew my motion for passage of Senate Bill 1844 on third and final consideration.
Representative Holtzclaw renews his motion. Any discussion? Chairman Clemens.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to clarify, Representative, this is just the premier type tourist resort omnibus bill. Is that correct?
Chairman Holtzclaw.
That is correct.
Chairman Clemens.
And then that's all. Thank you.
All right. Representative Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative, is this your last legislative act?
Representative Holtzclaw.
I think this probably will be my last representative act.
Representative Mitchell.
Well, you have been a great colleague, and thank you for your service to the state of Tennessee.
Representative Holtzclaw. Representative Holtzclaw.
I would like to thank both sides of the aisle. Like I said in our farewell speech a week ago, that we are family and will always be family.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Representative, is this your first bill?
Representative Holtzclaw.
It may not be my first, but it's definitely my last.
Representative Towns.
Mr. Speaker, I too have to rise, talk about the personal encounter with this fine young man. There's a lot of fun and also a lot of wisdom too. We've had occasions after we leave the chamber to get to know each other. It's been very fun, very good, and what you said I do agree with. And I tell members this that have been here, once a member, always a member, and you got friends down here, and don't be bashful. Go forth and do great things. Thank you.
Representative Parkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I won't speak Old English like Representative before me just did going forth. But I will say, thank you, Chairman Holtzclaw. When we were over there sitting in the quad, I used to be able to bother you a lot more. But when they moved me all the way over here to the east, I couldn't get over there as much as possible. But I do want to tell y'all this. The funniest things that I used to do to Chairman Holtzclaw was, because he's my jeweler also, right? So I would bring him a watch to fix. And one time he brought me my watch back and he said, "This watch doesn't work." I said, I know, I wear it for decorations. You should have seen the look on his face. He's a real jeweler. He believed in everything ticking. You know, sometimes it's just a decor. I don't even set my watch, to be honest with you. But I do want to thank you, man, for all of the times, and I appreciate your work and everything you've done for the state. Thank you so much.
Representative Holtzclaw.
If he tries to sell you a Rolex, don't buy it.
All right. No, I think we're good. I think we're good. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, we're voting. All those in favor of Senate Bill 1844 as amended, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote? Mr. Clerk, please take the vote.
Ayes 77, 15 nays, 3 present on voting.
Senate Bill 1844 as amended, having received a constitutional majority, I hereby declare it passed without objection. Motion to reconsider is tabled. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Senate Bill 191 by Chairman Sapicki relative to education. Mr. Speaker, message from the Senate. I'm directed to transmit to the House Senate Bill 191. The Senate non-concurred in House Amendment 1.
Representative Sapicki, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we refuse to recede from our action in adopting Amendment 1.
Without objection, we refuse to recede. Next message, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any further messages on the desk at this time.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Unfinished business.
Finished business. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 1537.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 1537 by Chair Lady Hazelwood, a resolution to honor and congratulate WDF-TV Chattanooga upon its 70th anniversary.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, the rules are suspended. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in SJR number 1537.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1537, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none. All those in favor say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare concurring without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Chair Lady Hazelwood, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the rules be suspended for immediate consideration of SJR number 1589.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption. Yeah, 1569.
Senate Joint Resolution. Senate Joint Resolution 1569 by Chair Lady Hazelwood, a resolution to recognize the 75th Annual Armed Forces Parade in Chattanooga.
You've heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, rules suspended. Chair Lady Hazelwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to concur in SJR number 1569.
Chair Lady Hazelwood moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1569, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Leader Camper, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, members, after conferring with the leader, I move to suspend the rules for immediate consideration of SJR 1622.
Mr. Clerk, read the caption.
Senate Joint Resolution 1622 by Leader Camper, a resolution to honor the memory of Curtis Blue Langdon Towns.
You heard the caption. Any objections? Without objection, rules suspended. Leader Camper.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1622.
Leader Camper moves to concur in Senate Joint Resolution 1622, properly seconded. Any objection to the question? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye, aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. I declare concurred in without objection. Most reconsider is tabled. Leader Lambert, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After conferring with the leader, I move that House Bill 587 be heard in the Finance, Ways and Means Subcommittee this week, today.
You've heard the motion. Any objection? Without objection, so ordered. Representative Parkinson, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that House Bill 692 be heard on Thursday's regular calendar.
Without objection, so ordered. Mr. Clerk, next order, please.
Announcements.
Announcements. Chairman Faison, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just wanted to give a shout out to our wonderful friend Michael Hale and our comptroller for keeping us fed today. Y'all give them some love.
Chairman Faison.
And Mr. Speaker, I would definitely save the best for last. Our phenomenal and beautiful Chair Lady Hazelwood made the best nanner pudding I've had in years. Y'all give her some love.
Just for the record, he said banana. Chairman Hicks of Hawkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, Finance, Ways and Means Subcommittee will be meeting at 6:05 here in just a little bit in House Hearing Room 1. Immediately following will be full finance, and then immediately following will be calendar and rules. At
Chairman
6:05
Chairman Zachary,
this evening.
You good? He's good. He's good. Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Speaker, the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 2041, that's the Conference Committee for Senate Bill 2041, will meet at 8 a.m. tomorrow in Senate Hearing Room 1. 8 a.m. tomorrow, Senate Hearing Room 1.
Further announcements. Next order, Mr. Clerk.
Roll call.
Roll call. Mr. Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, 88 members present.
Next order, Mr. Clerk.
That completes the regular order, Mr. Speaker.
Lear Cochran, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the House stand in recess until 9 a.m. on Wednesday, April 24th, 2024.
Without objection, the House stands in recess till 9 a.m. on Wednesday, April 24th, 2024.